So, hello, everybody, and welcome on in once again to. Well, that was awkward. Um, yeah, we are on session 20 of The Fallen. And for the purpose of getting you guys updated on what happened, I believe that is what we'll allow the players to do. Sounds wonderful. Let's do it. Alrighty. So, first off, let's start the session off with the recap. Who would like to do a recap for an inspiration?
I can jump in on that.
Take it away.
Okay. So we exited the back door of the, I guess, of the Mimic, and we exited the mountain village, and we found ourselves in kind of some light forest and stuff. And Cha was pretty enthusiastic about getting right on this mission to hunt some animals or whatnot. So we attempted to stealthily hunt some creatures. We came upon like a curious little feathered turtle-like creature that proved to be really kind of a benign thing, neither good nor bad. I guess it wasn't evil in any way, and it was really slow and it was pretty cute. And while we were kind of considering that, uh, we got out stealthed by like a Tyrannosaurus, like it was a predatory dinosaur, and it came up from behind and kind of scooped up Cha and took him, was going to eat him whole. And yeah, we set up for attack, and we kind of dominated this large creature. Um, we shot it with a bunch of like arrows and like a lightning spear maybe, and I shot it with some uh, not magic missile, what eldritch blast. And so we vanquished it, and we harvested the meat and took what trophies like claws and fangs that we wanted, maybe some hide. And while that was happening, I tried to make friends with the little feathered turtle creature, and I enjoyed petting it, and it seemed to enjoy being pet. But we kind of just left it alone and left it to its own devices, and uh, it kind of did follow us at an extremely slow pace. So maybe we'll come upon him again here somewhere. But we made it back to the Mimic Village. Zed was really kind of he was really affected by his, he perceived that he failed to save Cha, and that was a lot like triggered him, if you will, about like his old crewmates and maybe his inability to save them. And then Raul and Cha talked to the Mimic, the Mimic shop keeper slash shop itself, and we got educated about the mayor and his butler and how they're like in control of the town and have power over these mimics, stuff like that. And that's what I have.
I just got back, but yeah, sounds great. I only
Right
heard the
on.
last word sentence of it.
And that's how that was. It's like, oh, it's
Yeah,
pretty good.
exactly. Yeah, sounds great.
Recall. Is that all? Just double checking. All right. Well, Kozik, provide yourself with a inspiration.
What happens if he's already got an inspiration? I don't know if he does, but just
I
curiosity.
I don't. I think I would have two then, right?
Well, I mean, you could pass. You can choose to pass it to somebody if you like.
I need this. I need to hoard this one.
We're usually pretty quick to use them, but
Yeah.
what'd you say? If we all get one, we can catch all of them in for an ability score increase.
So if you all choose to burn yours simultaneously, you can potentially boost your character in some fashion through the power of a montage.
All right, time to hang on to it.
Great.
Or you can use them to like not die. So, there's also that.
That's also helpful. Yeah.
But we could save it for the next character.
Well, I mean, that inspiration would be for that character, sir.
Oh my god, loopholes.
Inspiration.
Yeah, that
Thing.
character's inspired, not the new one. All right. So, with that recap, we do a little bit of a rewind. A little moment for Veldrin that we didn't get to do. So Veldrin, back at that big amethyst crystal and that carpet and that altar and those glowing orbs that surrounded the strange crystal and those just kind of ocean almost oceanic orbs that Raul stepped into and nobody seemed to really notice until he stepped out and started breaking things. Upon the destruction of this device, when Raul threw his spear into the glowing orb, the device, you guys ascertained the device ceased to function. You didn't really notice anything change per se. It wasn't like all the glowing suddenly stopped. It wasn't like the orbs disappeared. But you probably got a good feeling that he broke something. Like, just that one orb, because you did see it dimmed a good bit and just kind of almost seemed like a faint glow of what it used to be. And everybody just kind of reached the conclusion, yep, it's broken now. So, when that happened, it was almost like this wave of energy, this almost just this oppressive power that just washed over you for a moment upon the device's destruction. So you probably could ascertain that was probably the result of it. And at that point, Veldrin, you kind of have a bit of a vision, I suppose would be the best way to ascertain. And from that vision, hold on, I'm gonna improve your sharper shaker. There it is. Pretty much, what I sent you. Microsoft, no, go away. I don't want to update. There was a buzzing bee by the name of Microsoft that harassed you, and then it went away. So your vision goes dark for a moment, and as it is so, you hear a voice familiar to you as of now, not necessarily something you've known for years, but you've definitely heard this voice before. You've seen this person before, this woman. The prodigal son of whatever they call you nowadays. It's been so long since last we spoke. Tell me, how've things been down there in the realm of mortals? It's been so long. And at that point, your vision comes to the darkness, fades to the edge of your vision, and vanishes entirely to the point where you can see again. And you see that same tall, like lanky elven woman, definitely drow in nature. She has the dark skin, pointy ears, but she's sitting atop this sort of this throne, but it's throne of like skulls and bones and maybe some stone over there, but mostly it's a throne of corpses. And she sits there with a leg crossed over the other, and there's these sort of these shadows that just shift and mill about, almost giving you this eerie sense that perhaps they're sentient or once were sentient. But the thing that catches your eye the most are the what look like strings that just envelop the entire area. It's like you're almost like you're in a bed of seaweed, but instead of or kelp, both. But it's actually string, and it's reaching towards the sky as if maybe you're upside down or something's pulling them up, but they dangle there for whatever function that serves. And this woman just kind of looks towards you and quirks a brow. Curious to see what you have to say. Or if you have something to say, that is. Veldrin Myval. A fitting name, I suppose. What is as you wish? Why are you here? What do you want to know this time?
You have to offer.
Oh, I mean, you contacted me. Or I should say the lines of communication have opened. And I am curious. How are things down there? Well, in the mortal realms, have our people recovered from our near extinction yet?
No, I would not put that we have recovered.
Ah, unfortunate, unfortunate. Well, it was, after all, my compatriots' arrogance that brought her to, well, that brought us to this shell of what we once were. And she just pulls a skull out of her throne and runs a single fingertip along the center point of it. And you could just see like one of her nails are like really sharp, and it just kind of digs into the skull and just leaves this very visible scratch in it. And then she looks at it, almost as if she's having a conversation with it, but you know this discussion is directed towards you. Unfortunate. Well, considering you are here, that means things are improving, and that is, oh, a delectable sign. And there's this smirk that creeps across her face, almost like her mouth is just like starting to part, or dislocated jaw. Yeah, you can't tell. But there's this knowing smirk on her face. Tell me, how's your arm?
Why do you care?
Well, what your mother did was quite amusing. I mean, it's not everyone that is willing to offer part of their own children's body to one of our. And she swirls her hand in the air, just kind of in a circular fashion, as if in thought, looking for the words. Of our persuasion. I'm surprised you're still alive. I guess this iteration is quite effective. However, I'll admit I was kind of curious to commune with you after all this time, and it does sound like I have acquired information quite useful to me, so I think a fair trade is what would you like to know? Is there a way I can pay you back for your, well, this most important information?
What is my goal in all of this? What is it that you want from me?
Oh, my dear, my dear. Cutting straight to the chase. I like it. Well, let's just say you are quite different than the others, for one. And I've been keeping a close eye on you. As best I can. It's quite difficult to do so. I manifest in dreams. I'm sure you recall the last meeting we had. And it wasn't the first one, but it's just the one you remember. Or that I've allowed you to remember anyway. And she, with a single swoop of her hand, she crushes the skull into fragments and lets it fall to the ground. And the shades that swirl around her stop for a second, as if acknowledging it, but then go back to swirling and milling about. Well, you see, our, and she holds fingers up like quote unquote, sister ruined the plans of many of us. And your usefulness, a sort of a beacon, a sort of hub of updated events, would serve us well. After all, it's been so many eons since our people have ruled the Underdark. Only one of us sought to take the surface, and, well, we saw how that goes. And as she says this, she stands to her full height. It is almost imposing how tall this woman is, despite not really being able to see many of her features. And the Pantheon has spent much time in hiding, much time preparing. We simply want to return to our own devices, not be confined to these outer worlds and realms. And so with those of us that have any capabilities, send scouts out. You know, ways of gauging if there are enough of us to actually rebuild. And of all of them, I require a lot less resources than some. And one of the strings that's just kind of dangling, she tugs on it and pulls it up. And a skeletal remain, just kind of skeletons are pulled with it, almost forming at the ground from the skull to the shoulders, just the bones just kind of merging into a form. But unfortunately, I lack the means of having passing scouts. And the skeleton just becomes animated, its shoulders straighten up, its skull, is held up suddenly. So, to your question, what do you serve? To be a beacon for our return. Isn't that It's the greatest honor for any drow. Hmm?
What's to prevent everything from happening again?
Lessons learned. We know our place. We're very aware that the world of the surface will strike back with more fervor than we could ever strike them. So, lessons learned. It only took the removal of one of us, but those who survived grow stronger with that information. However, oh, go.
So I should say, Veldrin's just kind of sitting with this, thinking about it.
Well, it would seem our brief little in-person chat is unfortunately just brief. Curious and fascinating. And she just giggles. Oh, things are shaping up to be most interesting. Yes. And she sits back down and folds a leg over the other. Well, next time you're out there, if any of the others of the Pantheon seek to commune, by all means, don't be afraid to chit-chat. Hmm?
He nods and just kind of lets her go.
And at that point, your vision just not even as slow to come and go as before. It's just a blink of an eye, and you're just back at this device that has been effectively disabled. And then we fast forward to, well, unless there was something you want to do at that point.
Ah.
All right. And then at that point, we fast forward to episode 19. Well, effectively episode 20 now, where we are just outside of Dale. And the party has sort of, I don't think you guys never really made a plan yet. You just kind of said, we gotta help these people. We have to, deal with Dale some way, shape, or form, but you didn't really make a plan yet. So, what do you guys want to do? Because you guys are free to do as you wish at this point.
I feel like we were heading for the other town, weren't we? Wasn't that kind of what we were? I don't know. I don't remember like why, but I thought we were kind of moving in that direction was what our plan was.
I know you were originally, but then I also know Cha. Cha wanted to liberate these people. He was very adamant on that. Um, I don't think Niavara might have conveyed that to you, but she had a bit of a interaction where I kind of started getting the feeling that she might have wanted to do that. For those who aren't here, and yeah, unpause. So I guess the camera now focuses on the party, and you guys kind of feel free to discuss what the next course of action is.
Mm. So yeah, how are we going to help? How are we going to help the town by leaving it? I just
I
know that we kind of left.
I think the the other town came into play because I guess we believed that they were the ones pursuing or persecuting this village of mimics.
And that's who the like the mayor is one of those people.
I think so from the because we got a bit of a conversation
It was
uh when we brought all the food back, I believe.
Yeah, it was a little vague about what power they actually had, right? Because the mimics were somehow forbidden from speaking ill of the mayor or something, but yeah. I think we should head for that town, and maybe we can get some more figurative artillery or whatever to bring back with us to solve these people's problem.
I mean, is that what y'all want to do? I,
What are we doing?
I don't know. Y'all's tell me.
I think we're going to the other town.
We're not going to siege that guy's house anymore. I'm going to point in the general direction of the town we're in or near. 'Cause we're in camp, right?
Yeah, you because we ended with you guys just kind of being outside. Because at that point where we ended, you guys were at a bit of a crossroads. Like, okay, what do we want to do now?
Okay.
I mean, there's definitely like mission creep all over the place here of like we're still looking for the flying ship and its wreckage, right?
Yep, up in the mountain
And
somewhere.
That's the only
yeah,
quest Raoul knows of. I don't know of what you had before the Fae. 'Cause there's like a big thing you guys had, right?
kind of. We're still supposed to go back to the original town and talk
We
to the
haven't
mayor back there,
Oh,
yeah.
but it's like,
that was it. You
okay.
had to go back.
We're starting to get a pretty full quest log, I think.
Yeah.
Got her a minute.
So maybe maybe we need to focus on going to see if we can find the ship or something first. Maybe that could somehow apply to um Zed's career or something too, right?
Oh, I remember bringing up going to the other town as well before we ended because I've got like 90 pounds of dinosaur flesh that I wanted to have turned into armor.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm so laden down I can't even fly right now.
well, that's fair enough then. If we that seems achievable.
I
Check
get
out this other town and
we
see
might
how
be
that
able to
applies
shop
to
around
our other
and
missions.
things like that.
It's been a
Yeah.
long time since we restocked.
All
It's
right, so
been
yeah, let's head for that.
I don't
All
think
right.
we have restocked our shop since you met me, right?
No. Well, the only shop that we came across was the Mimic shop.
Yeah, so I
So
don't think
yeah,
we've ever had a chance to.
good call.
Because I got like, I don't know, 250 gold or something like that, and a bunch of meat.
Right.
Ready to meat's burning a hole in my bag. I'm down with forgetting about Dale.
Let's do that.
So I guess the question is, what's Veldrin's thoughts on it? Because I do have a pretty. I am very confident that Neovar probably would have told Veldrin about what the mimics told her. Because, I know how close they are. So Veldrin probably would have told you that. And, the reaction from that was. How would I word it? Neovar was definitely none too happy about that situation, especially being an entity that is a shape changer at their core and then kind of observing other shape changers being controlled in this fashion.
So if Neavara and Veldrin want us to go do that, I guess. I mean, I'm fine with going and doing that. I'm just either or for me. I need to get rid of this stuff, but I also like Moida and
So what was it?
getting new stuff.
What was it that Neovara was told?
So Neavara specifically was told that the people of Dale are under some kind of power or spell that forces them to obey Dale essentially without question, or to some very close approximation. So she kind of ascertained they are perpetually starving because Dale essentially takes everything that they acquire for himself. And
Oh yeah, the
does not
leader's
share.
like real gluttonous, right?
Yes. And so whenever they want to rise up or rebel, they can't because Dale has some kind of power over them that prevents it. And the shopkeeper, which is named Shopkeep,
Good name,
conveyed.
solid name.
Oh yeah, it conveys, purpose. It's like a name anime. Anyway, so yeah, basically Dale's a dick. The butler is something probably worse than Dale, and the people here have suffered as a result of, his gluttony. They want to be free, they want to go out and trade with the world, but it's really hard to trade with people when you can effectively eat anything fleshy, and it kind of ruins relations with other cities and towns when people roam into your town and you eat them.
Having an ally in mimics, not a bad idea. In case we need to call on somebody.
Yes, so these are the smartest mimics I've come across.
Yeah, a whole town of them. That might be something handy for later, like a mouse tool, something we could put away for later.
Yeah.
So, me as the DM, I'm fine with whichever route you guys choose. I just want to make sure Veldrin, that information was relayed to Veldrin.
I think Veldrin would relay it to the group just because of the nature of what it is that is being talked about.
So now the group knows everything.
And yeah, I think I know Chaw's not here, but speaking for Chaw, it did seem like that was really important to him as well, as far as liberating the town.
Because it reminded him of the oppression of the Hells. Yeah, he didn't care for it because it reminded him of like his own upbringing. I do remember that. I'd forgotten about that. Thanks, Goose.
So is so Dale, I guess, being the leader of the town.
A wild Neavara's appeared.
Oh,
Quick, hit it with the Master Ball.
Yeah, right.
Sorry,
We
I
were
was
just figuring out which direction we should all go.
Actually, since Neovar is here, if you recall the last conversation you had with the mimics, perhaps you would like to tell Veldrin in more detail if you recall any extra details I may have left out.
I have no idea what you've already told. Um However, conversation with the mimics more or less came down to the fact that Neovara is pretty certain that they are A, being actively manipulated, B, against their will, and C, are being used to as a trap for nefarious purposes, while the actual guy leading the town is not a mimic of any variety. And so she's more or less of the opinion that if they are going to do anything, and she'll try and do something, that they need to do it quickly, where the mimics won't be forced to fight them, because they would be helpless to stop themselves.
And I had decided that Veldrin would share that information with the group.
So what does the group want to do with that newfound information?
Well, so do we want to just march up to the house and start hitting things, or what? I mean,
Well, I would say we would like espionage or like try and gather information, but the shopkeep told us that they can't say anything. The spell also prevents them from like sabotaging, talking ill, etc.
Which is why Neovara sort of talked a little bit like a robot to sort of elicit framed responses.
What if we went to Dale's house and tried and had some sort of plan to try to get him to leave, like leave town with us? We were going to
Mob and
escort him
pitchfork.
somewhere.
Oh, try and convince it. Okay.
Yeah, like
Diplomacy.
trick him into thinking that he's got to go do something for whatever that might be, and see if it's. I'm thinking instead of just walking in and just uh and just wiping
Luring
him
him
out.
out.
Yeah, we could
Trying
try
to
and lure
lure
him
him.
out and then get him out of the town. And then if we have to kill him, we could still kill him, but at least
Can't
we
call the
would be,
mimics to him.
yeah, we would be away from the town, so they would hopefully not get at least, you know, drawn in some way, shape, or form.
Right. Um, that may work. Um, Neovara would be leaning back as she considers that I'm totally down to just murder him. Anyone abusing their power like that, I mean,
I feel like OOC, if we're all kind of table chatting,
Mhm.
I would say Zed would be completely fine with just walking inside and eliminating him.
Raoul would be on board with that as well.
Yeah, we already know
right? I
Raul.
mean, we're pretty strong, right? We could probably take him.
But Raoul also has a really heavy pack and can't do much, and that bothers him.
What if you?
But it's flesh, so I don't want to leave it because the mimics will
I
eat
was
it.
just I was just thinking that too. Yeah, we can't
So
like
I'm like,
store it somewhere.
I'm clutching onto it and hiding it.
So
um,
where are you hiding 90 pounds of meat?
I'm wearing it.
Good
Got
question.
it stuffed in a bag on my back.
All right, so your bag would probably be starting to turn very red. Got it.
Yep. Well, I mean, when we did set up the camp, I started to flesh it, so I started getting a lot of the ick off of it. But we did a short rest, and I didn't have enough time to finish it.
Yup.
So it sort of sounds like he's gathering the mimics here. Maybe we tell him we might have found another one in somewhere close by, and we can see if he takes that bait. Like, if we tell him about a mimic that's out there in the wild, he might want it for his own collection. In that case, we could just, you know, intercept him.
But would he go, or would he
It's,
send the butler for it?
we could find that out. We could say that
What if we just tried to play him like we're like, hi, honestly, heard about the mimic thing? Great job. But I tell you what, you're missing quite a lot over here. We walked down the road just a few, and there's mimics all over the place. Your town could be much larger. You could have a lot more control.
I like that idea.
Because I feel like the whole spell thing has to do with him directly. I don't think the butler's the one that's
I think the butler is the bigger power here, like Shogun to the Emperor kind of thing. But I think Dale's the face of it. I have a
is the
feeling that the butler's the one we need to worry about.
is the butler under the same spell?
Is the butler a mimic?
You know, we have no idea.
I thought so, but
We
I guess we didn't ever necessarily get confirmation.
all he did was change his face and then slip out of my snare. That's the only thing we know. That
That
could
that
be.
wasn't the butler.
It wasn't a butler that did that.
No, that was the the dude in the town that brought you to the shop. The butler never left Dale's house.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought it was the butler that took us.
Yeah, the butler was this fellow who told you to have a
right.
delicious day.
So the town guy was the mimic. Yeah, the butler was the one that creeped me out.
Yavara
Okay.
would be like sitting around thinking, and she's like, well, if we're setting out bait for him, I could be bait.
What if we got more meat? Started a riot. We went and hunted something and just dropped it in the center of the town and made it to
We-
where the town folk got it first and he didn't.
You've got 90
This,
pounds of
this is
it.
where we started.
That is where you started.
Just rile them up. I do got 90 pounds of it. I don't want to lose that.
If it's something like like compulsion, I don't think they'd be able to help themselves. That's what he was saying.
But he would get really upset that they didn't bring it to him and they were compelled to take it from him. That would like almost enrage him. Because he steals from them every time they get it.
Because he wants them hungry.
Yeah. So if we circumvented that,
Which again just comes back to the issue of, but how are we going to kill him?
what if they're he wants them hungry because it weakens them, and that's why they're under the spell. And if we feed them, they get strong enough, break the spell themselves. I don't know how spells work, but that sounds like a good idea.
Yavara looks at Veldrin like, you're the one who's more magically talented. Is that how arcane arts work?
Well, Veldrin can give me an Arcana check.
Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing.
Let's see. Yeah, no, you're not.
Unaware.
I mean, you guys I mean, with a 5, I'd say the information you do draw would be you are in the Feywild, and things get really weird here. So, and you're not really
Maybe.
familiar with it. So anything can happen.
We get a bucket of blood. We go into Dale's house. We splash it on him, and then that'll cause the mimics to frenzy on him.
Again, I don't think they'll necessarily frenzy on him. I think it might be some sort of compulsion so that they don't hurt him.
I think we should just go and challenge him and threaten him. Threaten his livelihood and say we're taking over this town.
That's how I
Maybe-
think they get attacked by mimics. However,
This town ain't big enough for the 8 of us, only 6 of us. Get out of here. You two specifically.
Yeah, I think Zed would probably want to go confront him, not necessarily immediately challenge him, try and possibly coerce him out of the town. If that's not an option, well then we take him out.
An important piece of information that Niavara had that Niavara did indeed bring up that if he were to say defend me, then
be
they
forced
would be
to.
compelled.
we don't necessarily want to slaughter all of them in self-defense. So
which is why I'm
Have to
saying
speak it for it to happen? Or could he just think it?
well, that's a good question. Is there a verbal component to the compulsion?
With the Arcana of 5, you are not sure.
What if we just go light the house on fire?
The house might be a mimic.
I thought about the house potentially being a mimic, which could be a bad idea to try and fight him inside. However, if
Think
the
we-
house isn't a mimic, that would be a way to get him to come out.
I think we're all getting a little paranoid now. Everything's a mimic.
There's mimics well, the whole town is literally a mimic.
Which is why I'm suggesting we tell him about this really cool, awesome, huge house-sized mimic that we totally found. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
We're all-
Ooh.
We're all gonna be like for the rest of this game panicking that everything's a mimic. PTSD over here.
Blame cubed.
You're welcome.
Niavara's suggestion sounds as direct
We
and
actually-
as good as any.
We actually came across that huge building mimic already.
Exactly.
So we could just tell him, tell him
Exactly.
either that or tell him of the, we have plenty of things to draw from.
It's not lying. We did come across the building mimic.
Exactly.
And it might, it might fit in for his collection, and then we sort of, watch
We
him.
aren't deceiving him. He's just relying, I guess, saying it's something he doesn't already know about when he does.
And then he could, we watch him leave the town. He leaves the town, hopefully by himself, because he's just gonna go put a spell on some poor mimic. And then we can kill him while he's far away from everyone. Easy.
Yeah, let's go talk to him.
All right, lead the way.
All right, so you guys heading to Dale's house?
Sounds
Yeah.
like it.
All right, then. Also, Kozik, there's a little bit of... I can hear myself a little bit.
You still?
Testing? No, okay, good. Um, so you begin to make your way. So how are you going to Dale's house? Just walking through the middle of town? Are you taking some back routes?
I
Skimming
say
the
we're
outside?
going. I thought we were just going directly there. We have nothing to hide.
Okay.
That was my opinion.
I, covered in blood, am going to go the long way.
Yeah, you're kind of walking around in the middle of a yard full of very hungry like dogs, and you're just strapped yourself with steak.
Yeah, I'm going to go the long way. I'm alone. I'm alone.
So who's going the long way and who's going the direct way?
Well, let's go the long way then.
All right.
I don't want to deter anybody from going the way they want to go. I just am afraid of that path.
You know, that makes total sense. Not gonna lie to you.
All right. So the group, give me some collective stealth checks.
Horse jaw. We need that +10.
I mean, he cast a spell already, so it wouldn't be up yet.
I think it only lasts an hour. He was short rest, didn't we?
Spells are usually long rest. Okay, that's what we expect from Kozik. Got it.
Whatever.
Do we still have the benefit of the spell that Chaw cast?
At this point, you do not.
Okay.
Because you already had the short rest to which Raul utilized to, handle some of the meat. So it would have been gone by now.
Oh, Kozak.
Oh, Kozik's nobility
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
can't
Like,
be hidden.
He's too proud to sneak.
He
My
said he had
nobility
nothing to
is
hide.
injured.
1, 2, 3 collective. Okay.
Chest puffed out, just marching straight up there.
All right. So you guys start to make your way around the outskirts of Dale. You duck and weave between bushes and plants, duck under some branches, and yeah, and Kozik, I will specifically say Kozik, you, as you're kind of following people, I don't know, are you leading the charge or are you kind of following?
I'm trying to lead. I think I'm trying to lead.
All right. So you're leading the charge. You are the steadfast, the stalwart. You are the moral compass here, and you are leading this pack of ragtag adventurers to deal with this monstrosity named Dale. And in your thought process, and maybe a little bit of pride or, nobility, you step in a puddle that's almost as deep as you.
Ah,
Well,
my pride.
That's a good one. Shaw would have taken my pride.
Not
And
the face.
as you slip into this puddle, you realize that it's kind of goopy. It's got this green, it's like green water.
You just step in a person.
Kozak, that's rude.
Oh, I'm trying to splash around. I'm trying to pull myself out, but I'm finding it a little bit difficult. And I'm a little bit revolted by the sensation. It's like getting in my neatly trimmed beard and whatnot. And I'm like, maybe could I trouble one of you for a little assistance?
To which, Flix, you were having yourself a lovely day.
oh no.
You were hanging out in, you knew these townsfolk. They didn't really mind you, considering your composition and your, what you are. So they didn't mind you. They had no problem with it. They couldn't eat you because, I mean, you're effectively the same composition as they are in a sense. So you just kind of were having a lovely day, enjoying the sun, enjoying a little bit of moisture in the ground, and you found this perfect, like the best, just resting place. Because when creatures like you go to sleep, you don't really have control over your body, so you kind of have to take a shape of whatever you can find. And there was this lovely little pit here that you found, and you were just like, ah. And just as you were starting to drift off into, letting your cells regenerate or however you want to say that works. Out of nowhere, first you feel like somebody stepped on you and then they fell on top of you and then they get stuck inside of you and they're like sloshing around and it's just like really awkward and you've just been rudely awoken from a delightful rest. How do you want to introduce yourself to the party?
I will withdraw off of Kozik, and shape up to about his height, um, and just apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I in your way? I didn't mean to be in such an open place here. Let me just get out of your beard there a little bit.
Kind of clamber, I guess. Do I kind of clamber out of the hole? And uh, I'm taken aback. I'm surprised. I'm kind of looking at this, I guess, kind of like a blob with some sort of form right now.
Yes, what
And
what do you look like for the party to know as you take
Uh,
shape?
a non-Euclidean ooze. I take shape of uh, like I said, I'm probably gonna raise up to about Kozik's height. I believe he's a dwarf, correct?
yeah,
So I'm a little bit stockier than the photo there, because I maintain my mass. Um, Additional features, I'm very, very calm face, calm demeanor, and I'll just sort of raise my hand for a shake. It is a bit wet. I hope that that's no problem.
although Kozik feels a little bit, his pride has been wounded and he's embarrassed. He says, I'm quite taken aback. I haven't met anyone nearly as polite as you in all these travels we've had so far.
What are
And
you trying to say?
I bow, in my dwarvish way and say, "Oh, I am Sir Kozik Deepshaft, a dwarf. These are my companions, who I'm sure you will be introduced to. It's my pleasure to meet you."
The pleasure, I assure you, is all mine. I'm quite sorry to have been in your way.
Like, Kozik, what have you found there?
Oh, not at all, not at all. And he now Kozik is feeling a little bit like he's like he's a little bit less than with how polite and kind of serene this kind of slimy creature is. But he says, "Look, this is another denizen of the Feywild."
I think at this point, Zed's gonna almost take a step back and he's got his wrist sitting on the hilt of his sword, just almost waiting just to see if something is gonna happen out of nowhere.
No worries. What? Mind if I ask what you guys are doing on the outskirts? Though this isn't exactly the most ventured part of town.
I'm gonna point to my bloodied back and how I'm almost dripping. And be like,
Oh,
oh, you're avoiding them guys over there. Well, that's what we're doing.
That seems like a reasonable course of action. So
Well,
where are you
hey,
headed?
Um, where are we going?
Mm.
But well, we were about to try and have a conversation here with old Mr. Dale, but
Ah,
do you anything about Dale? Apparently we heard that there might not be, well, there may be a bit of nefarious actions going on around here.
what do I know about Dale? Like in any specificity?
So, from the little bit of time you've been here, you know for sure Dale is not a mimic. The butler is not a mimic.
Perfect.
The townsfolk are under the control of Dale because, I mean, they probably would have confided within you that much, especially, also being of a similar type. So you would you know the plight of Dale, of the town of Dale. Well, it's not even really not even a village; it's more of a hamlet. Um, the hamlet of Dale, to be more specific. And you also would know that whatever it is that he uses to maintain control over them. Well, he doesn't make it public because nobody really knows. He just kind of showed up one day and something happened and they just suddenly weren't able to react against him.
But I'm personally not under the control of Dale.
You are not.
All right. Things do seem a bit unnerving at times. Dale does seem to be in control of that situation. I take it you aren't just having a simple conversation with him? Is that an offering for him? Pointing to the bloody bag.
Actually, how about everybody describe yourselves for Flicks here so he kind of knows what he's looking at. So I know we described Kozik. Well, what's Niavara looking like right now? Or whatever form Niavara might have right now, I guess.
It's Niavara. It's just Drow Niavara. She looks a little bit stressed out. She's looking more her age than ever. Perhaps. She's disconcerted both by the Feywild and the situation at hand, but also like there's like a sort of simmering anger in her expression that like she wants to go when she's like it's not a gift that we're going for. Not for him.
Hmm.
Her clothes are a little bit rumpled after a handful of weeks traveling. But they're definitely drow clothes.
And to that point, Flix, you have never seen a drow before. And there's two of them right here in front of you. You've seen elves, yes. Raul, describe yourself.
Raul is an Arakroka, and he's like, I think right around 6 feet tall. He's white and brown, looks like a red-tailed hawk. Eyes never blink. Eyes clear eyelids, so they just look open at all times. It's wearing like leather armors, and currently they're gross, super gross, and dirty.
Ooh. I would have possibly asked you the question of about the bag in Aarakocra then, because I happen to know that.
I don't know if Raoul does. I don't think he does.
all the better.
Common, Dwarvish, Goblin, Orc, and Undercommon. I don't know Aarakocra.
You should, as Aarakocra.
Not in my list.
Shame.
Maybe I forgot to add it.
No matter.
And then, yeah. Continue.
No.
Oops.
Well, this seems rather interesting. Do you mind if I observe? Tag
Depends.
along, if you will.
Kozik is kind of taken like kind of an immediate, I guess, liking to this strange new figure just because of how polite he is, and he seems like a very reasonable sort. So he says, "Well, my vote is yes."
Well, he trusted that guy out on the road. Well, hey, this guy's way nicer than that guy. So I don't see why not.
Well, what about Veldrin? What's Veldrin look like for, Flicks to know what he's looking at? Oh, Veldrin's muted. Must be AFK. No. Hit Veldrin with the Master Ball. Zed, did you describe yourself?
No, not yet. Zed is kind of a almost I I would quickly describe as like Jack Sparrow's stunt double. Just very typical pirate sailor looking. I did just kind of realize though that I guess Zed's the tallest person in the group. I'm not sure how tall Veldrin is, but Zed's probably about 6'3". Um, not very stocky, but kind of at this point filled out. He's got longer dark hair, a long beard that's got some ornamentation in it, some rings and kind of random necklaces and jewelry and things like that. He's got leather armor, but it's very much the kind of sailor-esque looking sort of outfit. And he's one characteristic that I described at the very beginning was he's got almost icy blue, like piercing eyes. But a very typically kind of a very stoic look on his face. And at this point, I think Zed would be not saying much and just kind of observing the situation, looking around, and he's probably already made eye contact with Niavara and Kozik and Raul, and just kind of seeing if he can sense anyone feeling uncomfortable about this situation.
Kozik seems pretty. He seems pretty pleased about meeting this young whippersnapper.
Yeah, I will say that Zed doesn't necessarily have like a suspicious demeanor. It's more or less um taken aback that we're, it's like we just keep coming across new creature or entity at every turn. But yeah, that's basically how Zed looks, I would say.
Righto. And then there's Veldrin. Insert description here. But yeah, continue. I'm gonna find it.
Well,
There it is. So there's two drow, two dark-skinned elves, but one of which has a skeletal hand, one normal hand, one fleshy, and one skeletal, which is even more unusual.
Hmm.
What about the big old book? That visible?
He's got a big old book. He's got trying to think of Eldrin's other traits. He's not
He's
wearing
like
a
a little.
shirt.
He's like a little nerd, right?
Little nerd. He's taller than Niavara. They both have very similar facial features. They're very clearly brother and sister. Niavara might be wearing his shirt.
Yeah, Neovar has been perpetually losing clothing throughout the campaign.
Hmm.
She's just wearing it like a jacket, you know.
Poor Big
Thievery.
Steve. 07 for Big Steve.
Pour one out for Big Steve.
Well, the monk definitely would not mention the hand. That'd be rude. A large book, however. How large of a book is it? Is it like a like Webster's unabridged dictionary size, or
Well, I'll leave that up to Veldrin when they get back.
M?
What's up?
Just wonder, seeing if I could get Veldrin's attention.
For now, we can just say the book is not visible.
Fight someone, it's not visible. You put it away.
I just thought he was like reading it all the time.
Well, just not visible right now because you're busy sneaking through forest.
being at the front of the group, as you guys are walking forwards, I would step to the side and gesture to lead the way.
All right. Let's keep moving, and hopefully I won't trip or fall into any other new companions.
Do be careful of any future holes. They're not uncommon.
Yes, indeed. I kind of straighten my clothes there.
All right. So, with your collective stealth checks, you manage to make your way to the backside of. Well, I'll say you get near Dale's house. Would you like to approach? Is there an attack vector you want? What do you want to do? You don't appear to have been noticed.
Hey, well, but before we get too far, I'm not sure if we even asked your name.
Flicks is so it would be yeah, Flicks it's not pronounceable with non but Flicks
You're cutting in and out, but that's perfect because you said it's not easy to pronounce.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Flicks.
it out to shake because my has been out for a while. You bowed, but my hand
I
was out.
prefer to bow, and Kozik bows deeply.
Well, I will respect that and bow just less deeply. Just.
A bow off just deeper each time.
Oh,
How low can you go?
Uh, the I just sort of goo down into the ground again. I win, but I'm not
like
prideful about it.
oh,
I'm just so much more humble than anybody else could possibly be.
sure.
Zet'll see that. He'll just be like, "Oh shit, did we lose him?"
Oh nope, I'm here.
He's popped back
Whew.
up.
All right.
That may
Well,
happen on occasion.
so do we want to? Was there an idea of like sneaking into this place, or I kind of didn't think that was possible, or could be, or do we just go and try to talk to him?
Go.
I
If I
don't
remember
think
correctly, when we first walked up to the building, I think we knocked or whatever, and the butler, they were talking about like having an appointment, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
How could
Yeah.
we go about potentially making an appointment?
brought a bag of meat. Say
Ooh,
we're here to sell it.
yeah. Well, what if we knock on the door and we say, uh, obviously we brought a bunch of meat to town, but we were gonna bring it to you first. Let you, like
Better
we need to
not
try and get in his good graces to
better not
get
get
his
right
guard
me.
down.
I need this. I need this leather. Don't get it eaten now. I'll get that. I came forth and said that I had it and we could use it, but I don't want to lose it.
Like, fair enough. Go be careful.
I also don't think it's a good idea for all of us to go inside.
Did you volunteer?
I don't know. Well, I feel like if we're all inside, what if he does the thing and makes the people from town come up here and then they sneak up behind us? Or might we could just be bit cautious, but seems like something had happened.
Uh,
Like, as long as you don't give him a reason to do that, I feel like we'll be all right.
you just have to draw him away from townspeople somehow.
Either Flicks, or if this Dale guy's got any hobbies or anything. That might be a bit of a stretch, but
Do I? I was also
Duke.
gonna ask if I might know how, like, the process of setting up an appointment, having been in town for some time.
All right. Well, first, give me a. Let's do history to see if you recall anything. It's in base recollection.
Yes.
All right. So you recall that of the other people that may have come through but never really left, or the people that have come through and left, he usually doesn't. He actually doesn't really have appointments. He just tells the butler to say that, as a to make him kind of to lift him up, make him seem like he's more important than he actually is.
Hmm.
As far as hobbies, though, you have never actually seen Dale leave that location. None of the townsfolk have. Usually, it's the butler that leaves the house.
I am afraid that I have bad news in that regard. First, such an appointment could not be made, as that seems to be somewhat of a ruse. Furthermore, I cannot recall a single instance in which Dale left his abode. It is usually the butler who, I might add, seems far more sinister than Dale himself, who is seen leaving the place.
all right. So as far as this butler goes, then I know Raul's a bit skeptical about him, and he gave me the heebie-jeebies, honestly, when we were first talking to him. When he's been seen leaving the building. Was he leaving town, or does anyone know what sort of business he's conducting when he does leave?
He's brought back knickknacks,
So that would
foods, kind of runs errands.
yes, he does generally. He would be the one to leave town, occasionally providing sustenance or interesting tidbits of information or objects of a modicum of value. I believe he generally presents them to Dale, though, if I would be correct. It's not something for the entire town. Cubed, is that correct there?
Yep, because you would know whenever, food comes in, he collects it. When shiny things come in, he collects it. When somebody inevitably gets eaten by a mimic and their stuff is left behind, if it's worth anything, he collects it.
Shiny things.
Right,
Or
so
who volunteers to get eaten? That's our surefire way in.
I
The
do have
butler
a
comes.
So OOC, my thought is, and Raul mentioned someone potentially staying outside. I vote that would be Raul, since he's got this pack full of meat.
Oh yeah, I was
Um,
gonna volunteer for it because if you say, "Hey, we've got this like Hollywood drug deal, the goods are in the car."
Well, yeah. Well, I was thinking that you would be able to probably alert the rest of the group if things were awry outside.
Okay.
Uh, on top of that, I think we go in, meet with the butler and Dale with the intention, knowing this, that we're not going to be able to get Dale to come out, but we very well might easily be able to get the butler to come out. And I think we tell him about the dinosaur that we killed that was trying to eat Chaw, even though we've already, stripped it and gotten rid of it. That's plenty of meat that would probably be very enticing. And if Raul's not there, if it's not present, that we have a bunch of it already, that might coerce him to travel with us into the forest, into the woods where we were. Um, and then we can either confront the butler and try and interrogate him, or take him out, and then Niavara shapeshifts into the butler and does her thing.
I like this idea.
All right.
It sounds all right to me.
I'm gonna hide out front somewhere nearby then.
I roll. If you're going to be standing outside, with that pack, you gotta be careful, my friend.
So Raul,
Yeah.
give me a stealth check.
Come on, at 20.
Let's go. Everyone, get your inspirations ready.
Oh,
Hey,
close.
16, 19. All right. And how are you trying to hide? Like, are you hiding around a corner?
Is there any buildings near me?
I
Or
mean,
is Dale's house all on its own?
it is. So Dale's house is pretty separated from everybody else. Not to the point where it's like crazy far, but it's not like building to building. Dale has definitely made plenty of space for himself around his building.
Then I'm behind a bush with view of the front door and the town.
All right. So Raul's in a bush. Watching, waiting. What's the plan for everybody else?
Oh,
Well,
should we have a signal in case something goes down? What we should do to let you know? Like shoot an arrow through a window or something. Or yell. I figure yelling's probably not a good idea to lure everybody.
would it be feasible for me to stand by the door and have like some of me underneath outside the door to be able to hear a bit better anything that might be said by Ro?
Um,
I don't know if it works that way.
I'd probably say yes, because as part of a thing, what you are, you have the ability to basically periscope under doors if there is a 1-inch gap that you can squeeze through, because you are amorphous.
In regards to that, that's my my suggestion.
I like that idea.
Also, if since Dale is rather fond of the shinies, I do have a supposing it seems like you guys want to take care of Dale. I would be willing to use to provide a trinket to gain his appeasement, if that might work. Trinket of special significance in my sheet. Didn't clarify what that was, of course, but
Roll a d100. You can figure that out right now.
ooh, 98.
Hold on, this thing is extremely tiny. So your trinket can be a glass jar containing lard with a label that reads griffin grease, or a vial of dragon blood,
Ooh.
98 or 89.
Whatever is whatever 98 is, I'll go with that.
The griffin grease.
That would probably be more desirable to Dale anyways. Lard being tasty stuff.
Dragon blood
Hopefully.
also ain't bad. Anywho,
So I'll hold that up to the group and say, might this be beneficial in your appointment?
It might give us some special status. This could be sort of rare sweet meat for these cannibals.
Does anyone else have an empty jar that I could save a portion of this? It does have importance. Keep some of it, supposing he decides to partake immediately.
I have. Hmm.
I got a water skin, a mess kit.
I have 2 oil flasks, and I'm trying to read. It looks like. Yeah, it looks like they are full. But I could dump one of those out.
Ah,
In theory, I could use it to refill my lantern, even though.
Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect.
So we refill Niavara's lantern with the oil.
awesome. Pour in about half of it, and then still got a good portion of lard to present as an offering. And I'll hand it to Kozik, who I've ascertained to be the leader, given how he was first when he
Posick
stepped on me.
loves that. He loves that idea. No, but he kind of humbly takes it. He's like, all right, this let's see what we can how we can use this. So I guess we should make ourselves known to these people, right?
In theory.
in there.
A second
So we're
time.
uh-huh.
Is the people writ large or to Dale alone? Poses question.
Well, we're milling around his house now, right? right? We're
Well,
crouched
Raul
in the
was,
bushes.
Yeah, I'm in a bush.
because I pretty much said you guys stop near in case you want to actually not go up to the house yet. So
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to go knock on the door eventually.
By all means, first and later.
Mage hand the door and see what happens.
Do that.
Are there any
Um,
windows?
there are none.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess that's a good question. Can you describe the house? You probably did already, but
So it's essentially a relatively nondescript. You know, it's wood. It's maybe like thatch on the roof or something. You know, just leaves. It's a functional roof, but it's essentially just as, I don't know, squalid as all the other houses. But this one's Dale's and it's away from everybody else's. I don't know, maybe a slightly higher quality wood,
Thatch mansion.
pretty much.
that's all I needed to hear. Do we so hmm. There,
Single floor, by the
obviously
way.
there's the front door that we've knocked on and gone through before. Is there any sort of sign um of a different entrance or potential exit?
I don't know. Is there? Do you walk around?
Hmm.
How well made is the house? Are there any gaps in which I could try and squeeze a little into to sort of see what's going on inside before we just move forth?
You know what? Roll me a D100.
Oh my
90.
God.
Sure.
So these are where all of our roles have been.
Yeah.
I probably could have simpled that down to a 20, but
Alright.
100s are fine. I would
find
say there's cracks under the door. I don't know. Are you going around the building? Actually, I'd probably say you've been around it because you've meandered about. So, yeah, you've had enough time to investigate the building, to, pass by it a few times. You may not have necessarily interacted with Dale or the butler directly, but you have seen the construction from all angles. I mean, all angles that you can access. And yeah, you'd probably have seen some cracks here and there, some holes, some maybe like some of the wood splinters a little bit here and there before they fix it.
to the party. Did you say that you've been inside?
I we actually met with him first time through here.
Did it seem to be a single room building, or were there areas that you had not previously been able to perceive?
Definitely some walls that they couldn't see around.
I thought there was an upstairs as well. Is that not correct?
I forget the inner layout. It didn't seem like it was just one open room though.
No, not like the Cow King's throne room or whatever that was.
Right. Oh, kind of
Would
side
they
note as
know?
well. So I think you might have kind of hit on it, but would the butler or Dale recognize Flicks?
You don't know
Okay.
until they react.
Would Flicks like have interacted with them before directly?
Nope.
Okay.
From what I gather, I definitely would not have seen Dale before, but I would have possibly seen the butler exiting and entering the town, said food and trinkets. Might have seen me. But I'll sort of stick my pseudopod underneath, or not my pseudopod, but I'll sort of try and squeeze into an area just to sort of be, who's uh, present before we enter in.
Well, give me a stealth check. You are kind of trying to be sneaky about this.
You.
Do 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 do
19.
do 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 do
That's
do
definitely where our rolls have been.
do 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 do. All right. So from your angle under the door, you're not really able to make out a whole lot because it's still an angle from the floor basically.
Mhm.
So you would see this couch in there, kind of this luxurious couch that looks like it could fit maybe 3 people. It's cushy leather on it. There's a nice, I guess, coffee table, essentially like a glass table in front of it. There's like tapestries and like pictures on the walls, but from this angle, you can't really make out anything in between just from your angle. You can kind of see stuff on the floor, and you can sort of see stuff on the walls and the ceiling, but range of vision.
No Dale or the butler to be seen.
Not currently. I mean, not from your angle anyway.
Well, I'll pull out and, I wasn't able to make out much. Does seem to be rather resplendent in there. Shall I knock?
I mean we're as ready as we're gonna be, right?
Well, before we go on and knock, uh, we've got that trinket that you were
Mhm.
willing to give to Dale, eh?
Yes. Kozak has it.
Okay. Hmm.
Though I don't suppose we could present it to him until we've met face to face.
So I've got a spell that I would like to use, but as far as the timing, it only lasts 1 minute. Okay. All right. Well, never mind. Let's just go on then.
All right, well, I guess I guess I approach. I'll do the honors. Rap, rap, rap.
Aye, Kozik, you got the best knock, so we're leaving that up to you.
Rap, rappity, rap, 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 knock. It was a little flourishy, but we'll announce our presence.
Exactly. It's a knock of nobility.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. You rap, rap, rap at the chamber door, and you hear like bolts, unlocking. and you see the door creak open, and a familiar face greets you. That really kind of pointed, long chin, uh, short-haired individual. Yes, can I help you?
I guess I'll start doing talking. I give my dwarvish bow and I say yes. Good day, sir. My party and I met with you yesterday, or whenever it was. um, I am Sir Kozik Deepshaft, and we are a party of adventurers, and I believe we have a business proposition for the mayor of Dale.
Oh, really? Well, let me check his schedule. And the door creaks shut.
That is probably entirely full, eh? Right. Kozik, before you hand over that trinket, Zed's gonna kind of whisper, hopefully that his voice isn't traveling through the door. Before you hand over that trinket, you mind if I, once we get there, you mind if I just do a little dabbling before you hand it over?
Of course.
All right.
And then you hear the door open again. It would seem Master Dale has quite an opening for you. He is quite important after all. Yes.
Holy shit, how surprising. All right.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful.
Yes, what is the business proposition? So that I may inform him of the potential options here.
Well, seeing as how we're adventurers in this area, we would love to. We desire to have safe passage through this town, of which the mayor is, of course, the master. And we'd like to talk to him. We have some provisions that we might be able to come to a deal about, and also somewhere we've come across quite a great discovery out in the forest that he might need to know about.
Oh, yeah, tell him about the thing with the teeth, eh?
There's a the
Oh, shit,
dinosaur. Is
sorry.
that what you mean?
Oh, no, the thing that he'd be much interested about.
To add to his
Oh,
collection, of course.
are we talking about like a mimic? Is that what I'm supposed to say?
I guess whatever we're more or less just kind of like teasing at the door that we have something. I don't know.
Right.
You could either go with the mimic or go with the dinosaur,
We're yeah. I guess there's a certain kind of there's a large a building with certain qualities that the to change shape that the master might want to know about.
And this building is within our borders.
Oh,
No, it's actually uh not so far away, but yes, outside of this domain.
Of course. Give me a moment to speak with Master Dale.
Of course.
Yes. The door closes again.
I'm sure. What's I don't know what to do. No. Uh, and I've looked around kind of at the other party members who are standing around. I'm kind of raise my eyebrows. Huh? I don't know.
I think Zed will just nod, like a very convincing nod, like, yeah, you're doing a good job, Kozik.
Good enough for government work.
The door opens again, this time fully. And we take a quick little 5-minute bio break. Because there's two things I need to do, bio being one of them.
Okay.
All right. Stretch break. Every sort of break, I guess.
And
I'm trying to think of a way. I'm definitely going to send the mage hand into the house. But
well, that's a good idea.
um, there's going to be a way. Ooh. I need to read the specifics of this.
Pro tip. So fucking
What's that?
tip. I'm so fucking mad. I'm trying to get back into knitting, and I just realized I've been purling wrong, and I'm like 32 rows into a project, so I just had to frog the whole damn thing.
I mean, so many people just tear. It's like, oh, that scarf is almost done, and it's like, just tear, rip, tear it, take it down.
Oh, it wasn't even
Mm.
close to done. But it's fingering weight, so it takes fucking forever. But still, 32 rows of 34 stitches. And I've been purling wrong the whole time. I'm like, damn, I'm not really seeing a pattern yet. Where is it?
Oh no. Uh,
That's fine.
So I thought I read somewhere that the mage hand is not able to cast a spell.
Would think so. I mean, it's just like a level 0 spell, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it can just reach out and like pick stuff up, open
Yeah,
doors, etc.
it's a cantrip, so I can just use it at will. Um, there are certain things. So it says that the hand can't attack, activate magic items, or carry more than 10 pounds. But would I be able to? So OOC, I have distort value. I was thinking about casting distort value on this trinket that we were going to present to make it seem more valuable. Um, I'm wondering if I could just do that with the mage hand to
I
where
don't
I
think
wouldn't
so.
have to physically touch it, but I don't know if that's a thing.
To me, that just sounds like it's a little like high level kind of stuff. Like that mage hand would be like, oh, you can't really do that. But I was
Yeah,
looking
like
so
there's certain things that I've tried to think about that I'm like, it seems just like too OP. Like that shouldn't be allowed. I do have uh the third level edition, the Mage Hand Ledgermane, or Legerdemain?
Ledger
I
domain,
don't
I
even know.
think. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Um, but that adds to the ability of it being able to do certain things, but none of that says like anything to do with spell casting. So I don't think
I
that that's a thing.
I would think if you could cast a spell out of it, it would just nullify touch spells. Like I could just cast the hand and then shock and grasp somebody
Exactly.
from a distance.
Exactly.
Or
And
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
would be
the fact that it says it cannot activate magic items to me kind of
right.
implies, I mean, that it's like it's kind of beyond the scope of what it can do.
it's arcane inept.
Yeah. Oh,
Is it that you can't really cast two spells at the same time?
I feel like that would be a limitation as well, as like casting a spell through another because the mage hand is a spell.
Yeah.
So casting a spell through another spell would be highly that maybe some sort of like high level wizard or something could do that, but I feel like Zed wouldn't be able to do that realistically.
And they're
Especially
both
Zed.
con spells. They might not be able
Especially
to.
Zed. Well, we'll figure it out.
Your dimensional door, and then just put your hand through it, and then touch the thing from a distance.
Very funny.
All right.
But that would be like a what, 3rd level spell? 4th level spell?
So he opened the door, and essentially, just like before, relatively extravagant house on the inside. Tapestries, paintings, luxury galore.
Out of character, regarding the distort value, doesn't it take a minute to cast?
Let me take a look. Distort
Like the
value.
duration's 8 hours.
It looks like it is just an action.
Maybe I'm looking at something.
Yep. There's a DC attached to determining its actual value if it is examined.
But the duration is longer than a minute, correct?
Yes, the duration is 8 hours. Oh, nope, there it is. Casting time 1 minute. Yep. I found it. Had to
Oh,
scroll up.
wait. I misread that. The
Oh, that you thought
casting
that.
time is I thought it lasted for 1 minute. I didn't see the 8 hours there.
Yeah, casting time 1 minute, duration 8 hours.
I probably should have touched that thing before we knocked on the door.
All right, I palm it to you. You walk back outside, and like my friend has to go to the bathroom, and then you can. No, I'm kidding, but no, we'll see what we can do here.
You could you could like hand it to me. I could be kind of inspecting it while I'm casting the spell. Like, oh yeah, that's the right one. That's the one that we were going to give him. Hey,
Actually, how about this? So there's the butler there, kind of looking at us.
Yep, he is keeping a very close eye on everybody. Who's all's going in?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll probably go in since I was talking to him.
yeah, I think all of us were planning on going in. The only person that was going to stay outside, I think, was Raul.
Yeah.
Lix will stay by the door and try and sort of ooze a little bit out for cross awareness. If
Yep.
that's still feasible.
So I guess let me just throw this into the chat. There we go. So the intent with that spell is to make this trinket seem that it has double the value.
Yep. So, I mean, he lets you in. There's a lovely couch there that could fit 3 people, but Dale is sprawled out across it and just kind of there. Yes, what can I help you with? A deal? You said? Information for
Yeah,
me?
yes, a deal of sorts. As I was telling your associate here, your man here, that as travelers in
I
this
see.
zone, we seek places where we have safe passage, and your town might be just the kind of place that we're looking for. In return, we'd be happy to sell you things or provide you with things you might need from outside this town. And also, we might have some information about something just outside of town that might surprise you and might interest you.
All right. And he just kind of relaxes even more into this lovely leather couch. Well, you came here with the deal. I mean, what are you trying to trade? I mean, what
Well,
do you want?
mm, and we at this point, all we ask is for your protection here and maybe some assistance if we need it. And as of right now, we have a
Oh, that's
access
weird.
to some thunder lizard meat that you might like to have and to distribute amongst the town, perhaps.
Hmm. How much of this meat? And you can kind of, yeah, give me let's see, an insight.
Right, okay. Pull that up. Insight, pal. Wow. Typical.
All right. Meat, you say? All right. What are you wanting to trade for this? I
Uh,
mean, just passage? Because if that's the case, then that sounds like an easy deal for me.
well, perhaps we might, in our travels around this area, perhaps we might be able to count on you for certain help if we've been beset upon by bandits and injured or something, or and maybe that there's be a certain kind of relationship, the professional relationship that we might have.
Opening up trade. That does sound rather useful. Hmm. And he sits up from his, laying sprawled out across this couch. Well, if you're only here to to give me stuff and open a trade route, that seems like a business no-brainer to me.
There's also we've kind of walked around this town and uh, we've seen certain things, certain kinds of buildings and such, and there was a kind of a mysterious building that was outside of this town that seemed like it might be something that you or your man would be interested in.
All right. I don't know if I'd be interested in it until you tell me.
I I kind of look around at my compatriots, sort of in a haughty way, but I'm masking like sort of a question to them, like, I don't know.
The butler walks out the room.
It'd definitely be something that's rather fitting, I would say, for let's just say the way that you've orchestrated your town here?
Uh, sure.
I believe that there are certain aspects of this town that aren't quite what they seem. Don't you think so?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hmm.
It looks like a normal hamlet to me. I would know. I own it.
You certainly do, sir. What sort of things do you like to do around here? You ever venture off and actually go about the town and see what's out there?
Why would I bother doing that when I have all this here? And he opens his arms and points to paintings, and he points to, like, golden vases. And why leave the palace when you don't have to?
Well, there might be certain elements in your town that might uh become problematic, and I think you'll probably want as much wealth and ability and power as you can handle.
Well, now you're speaking my language. Power. That is what separates men from beasts. That is what determines who is in control. The weak and the powerful. The noble and the peasants. And he
Yeah.
leans forward a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you're very powerful since you've got complete control around here. So, what is it? Someone that's got all this power. What sort of thing? Like what else would you need?
Absolutely nothing. That's why I don't even have to leave. I have everything that I could possibly want, and then some. And at this point, the butler comes back with like a little teacup and a kettle, and he pours Dale some nice warm tea.
Hmm. Well, in any event, we definitely uh would like to show you all of this dinosaur meat that we've harvested. Perhaps your man could come outside and he could help us. There's quite a bit of it.
Is that what you wish for me to do, sir? Yeah, I mean, if they got meat, they got food. Yeah. I mean, this is a no-brainer. Like I said, they bring me food, and I just let them walk through town. Well, that one's easy. Of course. So the butler walks
Be
back
glad to
into
lead the way.
the back room, and you can hear the sound of like the kettle being put down and put away, and maybe like a cupboard closing or something. Then the butler comes back and stands near the door, hands behind his back, chin up, nose to the sky. Well, it would seem the master is willing. So, where am I to go to acquisition this deal?
What do you guys think?
I'm standing right here.
No, that's what I was asking you what you thought.
You're part of the party now, so you're gonna collectively figure out what we all think. That's a thing that we do here.
So
Oh, is
who of you
Raul
in the house have the highest persuasion? Because it's gonna come down to
Hmm.
that individual.
Well, I've had some pretty bad rolls so far, so maybe I've gotten them out of the system, and I've got a +4 to persuasion.
I've got a +6, but I don't necessarily trust it.
I don't trust it.
Well, you would have advantage on it because it is sort of it is a party effort.
Yeah.
Okay,
Come on. +6. Let's go.
let's go. Roll advantage as well.
Yep.
You guys wanted this.
Yeah.
Hey,
Ooh.
All right. All right. Continue.
So yeah, is Raul just like right kind of over yonder? Like maybe he's giving a little wave now or something, or is he hiding or
I mean,
Behind
he
his
was
bush.
I think he
hiding.
was outside in the bush.
like so our associate was waiting just over here, you see. I think you know that a lot of your neighbors in this town are a
Hungry.
little bit strange and seem to be pretty hungry, so we've kind of kept him over here.
Understandable. So what about this building you're talking about?
Oh, let's walk and talk.
Well, I'm
It
not
was
leaving. That's for him. And he tilts his head to the butler.
Oh, I thought we were with the butler.
Yeah, the butler's like waiting by the door.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
out of character, when you guys go out with the butler, should I go in and murder Dale while he's alone?
You don't know.
Oh man, I think
Hey,
it.
I
I
mean,
feel
that's
like at
out
this
of
point we
character.
need to fix.
I didn't feel
Uh,
very successful in like trying to like what the story was of like, yeah, get on out here and like go out with us, ride out with us, but
I from what we just learned, it seems like Dale isn't necessarily in control of anything. He just thinks that he is.
Like he's got some
Right?
sort of spell going.
I guess I was thinking like divide and conquer. If we can get the butler and either capture him or otherwise subdue him, that would probably be a good start.
Oh yeah. I feel like getting the butler away from town, either
Getting rid of him.
interrogating or completely getting rid of him, and uh
Bonk.
then potentially dealing with Dale. Dale just, I guess where I'm coming from is Dale doesn't seem like he's as much of a threat. He's very very low key, just relaxed, just laying on a couch.
Yeah, I'm willing to take our chances with fighting these guys. Separately probably would be better, but
Yeah, let's, in my opinion, let's see if we can pull the butler out of town and go from there. Worst case scenario, butler escapes. We come back to town. We kill both of them.
Yeah.
okay, so I guess we'll say that he's got to follow the butler's got to follow us to where we're keeping the meat or whatever in the special zone, or I don't know, special house. I don't know what we want to say to him, I guess.
Well, the
Zed's
question is,
gonna
what does Zed say to him? Because Zed got that 25.
Right on.
Zed's gonna kind of smack the butler on the back, just very
Jovially,
yeah,
jocularly.
like
Yeah.
ingratiating him into the party and just being, overly friendly. Oh, you ever seen a dinosaur before? Because you're about to.
Several.
Oh shit. So they're oh, okay. Well, okay. Come this way. We're gonna take you to another one. Oh, and would you like to see the building that we were talking about?
Dale just kind of waves them off. I suppose.
Well, I'm not sure. You seem fairly uninterested, so maybe we just.
Well, you haven't
I
exactly
just
told me
maybe
what the
just go
building
get
is,
me.
so I don't know. Go check it out.
Right.
Of course.
Nice.
I mean,
Right. So I guess
I'm
at
very
this point
confident in your abilities to do whatever it is you gotta do. Yes, it is my honor to serve. And he does a bow. Not quite as impressive as Flix's bow, but you know, there's this poise and discipline to this butler that is very fitting of a noble. And those of you who are nobles would probably understand this. You know, that aren't
It's some things
outside
seem
in
maybe
bushes.
backwards.
Well then, shall we be off to acquisition the goods?
Most definitely. Let's be off.
The butler kind of, butler waits for everybody to leave before closing the door behind him. So, where do you guys start walking?
Outside city limits, obviously.
Yeah, I feel like back almost the same direction we came, back to the woods, like to the site where we killed the dinosaur.
All right.
Hmm?
Even though Raoul's the one who has all the meat on him.
Yeah. We're
Yeah.
not,
Yeah, it's a bait and
we're not
switch.
actually giving this dude meat.
All right. So, Raoul, you see the butler and your party walk out.
Now, my first idea is to go in and murder Dale, but out of character, I don't know if that's a good idea. So, table talk. What do you want me to do?
Mm, I guess if you want to try, if you feel like that's what your character would do. I mean,
That's the task we were given. I feel like that's what he would do.
It'd have to be quick though, since the whole town would come to his aid.
Yep.
they're slow zombies. They're tired.
They hungry.
So if Raoul stayed back, what would Flix be doing? Would Flix be following the party or potentially staying back like with Raoul?
With somebody else, I feel more confident to kill Dale.
Flix probably would have started to go with the party, but if Raoul motioned to him or got his attention anyway, he might hold back.
Flix would
Don't
be able
wanna.
to open the door from the inside, maybe too.
Ooh, yeah.
Could
Definitely could do that.
also potentially cast Mage Hand because my Mage Hand is allowed to use my thieves' tools to be able to pick locks as we're leaving. Um,
Oh.
do we have the intent of taking the butler out? Of actually getting into a fight? Because if we were going to try and take the butler out, I feel like I'd feel more comfortable having everyone there instead of splitting up.
I kind of feel like Kozik was like, "We're gonna get him out to Miller's Crossing, and then we're gonna like get him as
That
we
was my
take." Yeah.
Okay.
Jump
I
in.
thought the whole party was going to kill the butler, and then we were going to come back, boss music playing, pretend to be the butler to get inside of Dale's place, and then kill
Right.
Dale.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's reasonable.
I can picture Niavara just like kicking the door open into Dale's house as the
Eh.
butler.
I've had enough of this shit.
While we were inside, would we have gained any sort of notion of a connection past, verbal communication between Dale and the butler?
Hold on.
Hmm.
You wouldn't know. Nobody really checked for that.
I didn't want to interrupt and ask.
Also, since the dinosaur fight, 24 hours has not passed, correct?
Nope.
No Zeus bolts.
Nope. So what's the plan, party?
I think I'm following him.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
guess
stay
we're
stealth though. I'm gonna follow him from a distance stealth.
gonna lead the butler out of town into the woods.
All right. So he follows along, as was part of the deal.
Niavara is talking about the house that they found with Tia Moonblade, pretending they found it more recently. Like, oh my god, yeah. Considering all of the places that we encountered inside of your humble hamlet, we were of course stunned to find out more of these houses existed after we encountered the one out in these woods, of course. And we figured, considering your lord's great collection, that he would of course naturally want to keep going.
Yes, the Lord Dale is, after all, the brains of the matter.
He certainly seems to be so, doesn't he? He really struck me as being really an intelligent creature, especially among all of these peasants in town.
Of course.
Oh, speaking of the peasants in town, how did you get to be the underling of the most powerful man?
My loyalties go beyond your comprehension.
Kozik
mean-
stifles a snort. He's like, yes, I'm sure they do.
Hey, where's such an affixed loyalty come from? Because obviously I can't comprehend it.
Exactly my point.
Could I try to ascertain what he might mean?
Sure.
$16.
Have it be an opposed roll. Okay. He is fabricating a story. He is dodging the question by basically saying, you don't know me.
Could you regale us the story of how you and the master met?
Well, fine. Once upon a time, there was a man wishing, plotting, yearning for greatness. And in a city of great wealth and power, he was nothing. And one day, a loyal butler, a man who is more than willing to assist potential, took up the reins and threw in their servitude to a man who has great potential. Is that a good enough story for you?
I believe it does provide me with the desired information, and I bow.
Tell me, Mr. Butler, what is your name?
None of your concern.
Oh no. Well, fair enough. A
Hey, but
man
but
is
now
entitled to keep his own counsel.
we are going into the woods here, and it can be fairly dangerous. So if there's a matter where I might have to yell out to you and tell you, oh, there's a threat over here. I've got to. I can't just yell out nothing. I've got to know some sort of name to call you.
Butler.
Is Raoul close enough to hear this?
Probably. Do you want to be close enough to hear it?
I'm close enough to listen to him, but still be unseen. Um, Raoul's gonna whisper to himself, "None of your concern. That's a weird name."
So I guess the question is when you want to act.
Niavara, more doe-eyed, would go, well, I guess, like, my thing is, I can't imagine wanting to serve and only serve. Like, surely you must want some of this for yourself.
I wish only the master, the best and the most, and everything his heart desires.
Much different than the peasants, then. She's goading him a little bit.
Of course, that is my duty to him.
Well, but why?
Loyalty. Why not?
Well, if you're better than him, if you are his better, then no point. Unless, of course, you don't think you could.
Or he is far more suitable for his place.
Place.
Yes, as the mayor.
The mayor of a place of a room he never leaves.
That is his choice, not mine.
Nice. So that must mean that you're suitable for your job, which is uh
The thing, the nuts and bolts of everything. Meaning that you'd be the mayor.
that you more or less kind of realistically control everything. He's just kind of laying up in his palace there.
As is his charge, and as is mine, to serve him to the best of my abilities.
Without you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What'd he do without you?
And surely perish. Or become stronger, I do not know.
And Niavara looks to Kozak.
Kozik kind of takes a look at at Niavara and is like looks at her, and then I fish around kind of in my fancy man's purse that I'm carrying, and I pull out this little flask of this kind of unctuous oily substance, and I kind of hold it up and I said, well, I bet I bet I don't know if you get out of the house very much, but since we're here, look at this. This is a rare thing that comes from far away. It's the grease of a griffin. Maybe as an act of good faith, maybe you'd like to look at this, to try a little bit of this. I bet this doesn't come along too often. And I kind
So
of open up the cap and hold it out to him.
He takes a look.
And I don't quite give it to him in his hands, but I kind of hold it out and say, yes, this is quite rare. And I give it a sniff and I hold it out to him.
Yes, I know what that is. I doubt Sir Dale would be seeking material of that sort.
Oh, is that right? Well, I'm kind of waiting for somebody to like hit him with something or something like that.
Could I
Well, go ahead.
attempt to trip him with my pseudopod? Sort of walk up next to him as we're walking.
You can always try. And since things are probably gonna get spicy, I'm gonna go ahead.
What are you trying to say?
You know what you do. Just to have some relative play area.
So almost a bit of a distraction. I think Zed's gonna kind of try
Here
and
we go.
catch the attention of the butler and like, so honestly, if you weren't around, well, what would Dale do? Would he actually have to leave town? Would he have to assume your roles? Because it seems like you, honestly, respectfully, you're kind of running the town for him.
Would he be eaten?
You certainly seem to ask very obscure questions.
Right, well, apologies. I'm not really from around here, so my
So you're trying to trip him? Give me an attack roll. Passive perception. Gotta be,
can it be with advantage because I'm
Nice.
trying to
Pop that.
distract him? It doesn't matter. Looks like it'll hit.
Yep, so I guess the question is, are you trying to do this stealthily?
I was.
So let's see how well you do with the stealth. Doo-doo.
Can I get advantage on that because of the distraction?
Hmm. 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 Sure, fine. Okay.
Nice.
So you managed to trip the butler without him noticing.
Do I see the butlers falling?
Yep. I mean, do you? I don't know. You tell me.
Watching them from behind.
I mean, he does trip. Oops, I had the wrong person selected for that. Why is it still rolling that, though? That's weird.
As he's going down, I take the trip as my sign.
Alrighty. Sounds like it's about to go down. Roll me initiative.
Let's go.
Yay. I'm
Does that
always
still
last.
come up as... It's weird.
Barely.
Initiatives rolls have not shown up.
They should be. I started the combat. They're on there. Alright, is that everybody? 1, 2, 3.
I don't see Niavara or
Repeatedly
or
trying to
Veldrin.
roll, and it's not actually letting me roll it.
Oh, okay. I can sympathize with that.
1 sec. Let me
Gonna
bring a
catch
new
up and roll like 30 of them.
let me bring a new token
Yeah.
in for you then. So maybe that's an outdated token. It just needs to use the updated one. Alright, now try. Oh no, why is it doing... Oh my
Did
god.
anything pop up? No.
All the tokens disappeared for me.
They shouldn't have. I haven't even touched the other tokens. You
Wait for me
are.
as well.
Oh, well, I gotta pull your token on, because you weren't on this scene before.
Also, it says until resources finish loading. I'm just gonna reload and see if that helps.
Or displayed. Yavara. Update. Oh, I think that was a rollback. Okay.
Here we go.
Hey.
The power of the unplug and plug it back in.
Old
Alrighty.
Faithful.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not sure if Veldrin's still around.
I did see there was one before the longbow. There is a roll from her, it looks like.
Oh, that was me on their
Oh, okay.
token. I just didn't unselect the token.
You could use that as an initiative.
So, I'll say Raul gets to go first, because you were kind of lying in wait. So do what you're gonna do.
Does the 14 hit?
A 14. Are you attack? What are you attacking with?
A longbow.
Longbow against a prone target. I think that's disadvantage.
And try it again.
Yeah, so using range weapon.
13 with disadvantage.
A 13 would Still hit.
Oh, 8. I also don't have a tokens.
Alright, just checking some if it has anything special. This is piercing. Aha. Alright. So, you fire your longbow at him as he's prone, albeit a difficult target because, you know, a lot less surface area for you to aim for to hit. However, you do manage to land, just barely. And there's an arrow sticking out of the butler's back as he is, you know, he hasn't really had a chance to get up off the ground yet. Yeah. Kind of put a hole in his nice clothing.
Good.
And then I get to put him on the board.
I still can't see anything.
Hold on. Updating tokens. Or pulling on updated tokens, I should say.
Yep, I can see me, but I can't see anybody else.
Yep, I'm up. I'm trying to figure out why the changes I'm making are not updating. That's kind of annoying, really. Maybe it's a map setting. Hold on. Let me check out the lighting.
The map is also dark for me compared to everybody else's screen. Oh, people popped up when you did that.
That was a light source. I'm trying to get it so the map is I hate this. Okay, one sec. Lighting controls. Daylight. Oh, I don't. Okay. Configure.
Yeah, your light source caused everybody me to see everybody, so it's just dark. That's why I can't see anything.
Global illumination. How about now?
There everybody is. Yep.
Okay.
Except Niavara. No Niavara. No, I see Niavara.
Veldrin. All right.
No Veldrin.
It's Raoul who's missing.
What's up?
I don't see Raoul in the combat order.
Not in the order anymore. That didn't put me back.
Oh, yeah, because it's tied to the token. So your initiative is
8.
So roll one more time, and then I could just update it. I think. Where's my tracker? One sec. Don't reset initiative. Nope, nope. Combat tracker settings, please. Oh. It's weird that it's... I don't know why it's not updating the things I put in there. But oh, you live and learn. Date. That work? That should work. There we go. That worked.
Yep.
Yeah, for some reason, it's just some of the updates I put in are just not taking hold. So I might have to chit chat with my server guy on some of this. Anyway, so you hit this guy with the arrow, and I put on board as the facade has been dropped, and his long chin, his short hair, his very humanoid body It's much different now. He has this like purple skin, where and normally you weren't really able to see, his arms or his legs or anything, but he kind of bulks up a little bit to the point where his um, his clothing just starts to tear as a very muscular figure rips out. Like the clothing he's currently wearing fits just right. So essentially, whatever's happening to him, this transformation is not tied to whatever he's turning into. And as such, you also notice where his long chin was extends out more and then starts to split into several what kind of looks like thorns that just kind of line from his chin all the way to his ears. And he has these like pointed ears and this toothy underbite. And let me pull this token to the scene. Do 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 do. There it is. Let me roll his initiative. He's a combatant. Normal. All right then.
I hate that guy's face. Awful token.
Perfect. I see you have decided death. Excellent. And then, Zed, you're up first. It's not his turn yet, but he's definitely changed.
All right. So, what's the range that we're all at here? Are we all kind of surrounding him?
I mean, I figure that's how you were standing, so you were escorting him, so
Okay.
I'd imagine this is
I was like
to scale.
standing right in front of him because I was offering him
Oh,
distracting with. So
then
I'll
I
be
would have
there.
been behind him in a distance.
Could
Yeah,
have been next to him to trip him, I guess.
makes
And I guess
sense.
Zed was somewhat in front of him too, because he was trying to help with the distraction for the trip. Okay.
Yeah, probably something like that.
So Zed is going to cast. I'm really hoping that this doesn't go bad. Zed is going to cast Poison Spray.
All right.
Nice.
So it is just a save. Yes. I'll just roll that. Hold on, let me check. Because I'm pretty sure there's some stuff there. Pull this into here so I don't forget it. Poison. Okay. So you cast Poison Spray, and as you hit him with it, it gets on him. It gets all over him. But as you're pretty sure it hit, but it does not seem to affect him whatsoever. He seems wholly unaffected.
Alright, well, shit, that's not good.
All right.
So then Zed will. Hmm. Zed will move here, off to the side slightly, and that'll end my turn.
All right. His turn. He stands up, and as he stands, he smashes his fist into the ground. I'm just checking something here. Yep. He smashes his fist into the ground, and where his hand just punches through the dirt, he pulls forth this glaive that has this sinister curvature to it. And just checking something on it. And it kind of looks like very serrated in a certain part. Like if you were to get cut by this, it's going to cut deep. All right, and he will take his first attack. It's so many juicy targets. I'll just roll a d4. Oop. Niavara.
Uh-oh.
And he, as he reaches his hand out of the ground and this glaive comes with it, he just takes a swipe at you with it.
That doesn't hit.
And misses. This thing, like, maybe it's just the fact that you were ready for it. Maybe it has something to do with maybe your distaste for this creature, but whatever the case may be, he swung and missed. But that's not all he gets to do. All right, so he stomps his one of his feet in the dirt and calls out in a language that I think only Cha might know.
If it's infernal, Niavara knows it too.
It is infernal. Minions, to my aid. It is time. You don't know what that means.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Niavara will curse at him.
All right. So he did that. All right, Niavara.
Uh, Niavara glaring at him. Will just sort of shout like, "How dare you use these people for your own fucked up desires? You are not worthy of their gifts."
Then you don't understand true power. So
Damn it,
says the puppet master.
I understand that, you fucking bitch. Niavara is going to attempt to cast Inflict Wounds at an upscale.
at
So that
Dagger
would touch. Yep.
plunging into its chest, but not actually like it's not the knife that hits it.
So give me the damage. Because you definitely managed to stab, quote unquote.
Jesus Christ.
All right. Hold on. Let me do the math here. Lets me. Selection. There we go. So you sink this dagger into him, and you know it's not even the dagger that really does the damage. It's the second that dagger touches his leathery, thick, muscular skin. It's pretty apparent. Instant necrosis.
She'll hiss at him, mimicking the mimic's voice. Like, you are disgusting, and you will die like one.
Does he have multi attack? Oh, he does. Damn it. No, he did that. All right.
But that is her turn because one action economy.
Yep. All right, Raul. Firebolt.
Yeah. The finger
Yeah.
guns and at him.
All right, you definitely hit. And you see the fire impact his body, and it just fades. Like it's like trying to put a fire into another fire. It just
Oh,
dissipates,
that's not good.
wholly unaffected or perturbed by that. And he cackles. You will be puppets soon, too. Is there anything else you want to do?
No, that's all I can. I'm out of spells.
All right. Licks.
Seeing that it is affected by automatic damage, I uh, will armed use arm. Yeah, spend to
What's that? You're kind of cutting in and out.
Oh, sorry. So I'm gonna make an unarmed strike and use
Oh,
my hand of harm. Will that double the hand of harm as well?
Yep.
Good gravy. What?
So
Let's go.
double weapon damage and then add everything else on top.
Alright, so let's see. Damage there. 9. The hand of harm is a D8 plus.
Is hand of harm considered?
You use your key to inflict wounds. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 key point to deal an extra necrotic damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die plus your wisdom modifier.
Okay, so it's on the hit. I almost want to say that should be able to crit. Just looking at this real quick. And of harm. When you hit, okay, so you hit.
D4 plus 3. If it's critted, I can roll that again.
Deal extra equal to 1. You know what? Fuck it. Go for it. I mean, it's technically a weapon damage like a spell. Sort of, kind of. Wrong button.
That would be a total of 22 damage.
All right.
Uh, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sort of make that strike and
So what's it look like? Describe your critical strike.
open palm strike. And so open palm going straight in, and then sort of just leaves that necrotic handprint there. That's what I would imagine. A quick palm thrust.
All right. You see this pseudopod reach out and just, knock the wind out of him, as it were.
I'd
All
assume
right.
it was a good placement more so than a strong strike.
Indeed. Kozik. Since you are where you are, give me a quick perception check.
Nice. Okay. Perception. Love it.
You can hear it kind of starts out off in the distance, but it grows much louder very quickly. Whispers and cackling. Very, in a language you don't know, but it's very sinister. Extremely sinister.
And it's growing.
Yeah, as if it's either getting closer or getting louder in some way. But that was a freebie. Continue.
Not good. Okay. I am going to take a 5-foot step back. Boop. And
Which would
then
provoke an attack of opportunity.
oh,
Just so you know.
we don't get to do that anymore.
Nope, whenever you leave a
And
threatened
5e.
area, it's well, you're still able to, yeah. So 5e is whenever you leave an adjacent square, unless you have a feat for it or you do a disengage, then there's attack of op. So they actually made it harder for people to just kind of be like, I don't want to be 5 feet from this guy anymore.
I just take a 5-foot step and do it, and then I take another 5. Okay. Well, just a real quick. So if I have a spell that says it's a bonus action, can I cast that and then cast another spell, or is that like too much?
So usually, if you cast 2 spells, one of them has to be a cantrip. So you'd be able to do like a bonus action spell and a cantrip for your action.
Okay, I can dig that.
Or technically a reaction, because those are just kind of reactionary.
God damn it. Okay, but then also if I cast a spell within 5 feet of this sucker, that also is like an attack of opportunity, right?
So if you cast a spell that requires you to make an attack roll, you have disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay,
If you
I don't
cast
want
a
to
spell
attack.
that is just a save, then no biggie.
I want to cast Misty Step. I'm briefly surrounded by a silvery mist, and I teleport up to 30 feet away to an unoccupied space.
So
Can I
that
do
would be
that without?
something, yes. The intent
Okay.
of that spell is basically to get people in or out of a situation.
Yeah. Okay, so
And
I'll
a
cast that.
teleport doesn't incur attack of op.
Okay. So I Misty Step over to that should be within 30 feet. I want to be in the cover here. Boop. And then I want to hit him with Eldritch Blast.
Which is a cantrip.
Which
Misty
is a
Step was
cantrip.
bonus, right?
Yeah, Misty Step is a bonus action, so.
Okay.
So I
Yeah.
I blip away from him in a silvery mist. Boop. And then I kind of yell I yell out now that I'm a little ways away. Say, "Well, Mr. Butler, if your master doesn't like the smell of griffin grease, then here's something he definitely won't like." And I also cast this and I attack. Waiting. Waiting.
With the 6.
There it
Yeah, that's
is.
a...
Pew! It
You
goes the Eldritch Blast goes like careening over his head somewhere out into the Feywild night.
ricocheted off his shiny purple hide.
Oh, I say. That's my turn.
All right. So, at the end of the round, the thing happens. Do do do. Do 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 do. I gotta pull it from the GM later. There it is. First off, from his wounds, this gushing red, viscous crimson, it drips to the ground, and from it, this tiny winged, bipedal, but tiny winged creature with this scorpion tail just kind of appears there. And he has been hit. Okay. Do do do. Just pulling this onto the board. 2. Oh. 3. These little cackling creatures just kind of appear. And they are just as sinister looking as the creature that they spawned from. However, that's not all. Because there's the thing that he called forth. Do do do. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll roll a d5. Actually, I'll roll a d6 minus 1. 3. Oh. Oh, that's fitting. Alright. So, Niavara, you hear the sounds of... Well, you kind of hear what Kozak heard now. This maniacal cackling that is also accompanied by inaudible... Not inaudible. Just whispers, just random words put together constantly. Whoop. Hold on, I gotta pull things on my screen for tracking. There it is. And basically there's this winged creature kind of akin to these other tiny red things, but much larger, and it has these clawed, like skinny long arms and clawed fingers, and this like just bulbous head. And the artwork for you. And this, this little beard. But he don't look none too friendly. However you approach it. Alright. And let me get their initiatives. Combatants. That's actually perfect because they all technically go at the same turn, so. And then the big guy. Do 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 do. Alright. God damn. Alright. Well, that happened at the end of the turn, so technically now they get to act. So these three flying creatures spend their whole turn hovering around this guy. Very protective, very defensive. Cackling and just being menacing. However, this big fella right here is gonna go after Niavara. Because maybe it heard what you said, maybe you offended its master, but either way, as the saying goes, swiggity swooty, he's coming for that booty. And he is gonna go for a bite. Oh, you're flanked, so does a 16 hit?
Yes.
He bites onto your arm, seeing as how you were the one that hurt, maybe its master. And it's entirely focused on you. Maybe what put him over was really the fact of what you said. But you have drawn its ire. Hold on, I'm reading this. On a claw. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, it has a claw attack. A multi-attack. Woo! Alright. Also with advantage, and I'm sure an 18 hits.
Does.
So you take, unless you have anything special, 5 more damage.
Right.
And that is all it can do. I think. Oh, bonus action. Let me see here. I gotta. Okay. So apparently this is a bonus action it can do. Action economy. So it will summon a version of itself. Right there. Fun, right?
I hate it here.
Just rereading this to make sure I'm doing it right.
Should have stayed with Dale.
I'm not gonna say it's within 60 feet.
It's Fine. Kill them.
Here's knowledge. Experience might do this. Damage might do this. Okay. All right. You have effectively stirred the nest. And they're doing that. Zed, things have gotten real interesting very quickly.
He said he'll be right back.
Oh.
1 second.
In that case, we'll just save him to the end of the round, I guess. All right. The butler, who is no longer the butler, can now take his full complement of whatever it is that he wants to do to you. As such, he's gonna look towards Flix. Your kind are only made to be subjugated. And he is gonna swing his glaive at you. I am sure an 18 will hit.
Oh yeah.
Goose is back.
Oh, now Goose is back. Slashing damage. Let's just get the damage out of the way. Ooh, 11 damage.
Good chunk.
Are you?
Splash of goo around.
Okay. Checking if you're resistant to anything. Okay. And let's see. When the rules for this were made, I'm gonna say, so it kind of looks like, it doesn't make sense. So it hits you with this glaive, and it kind of seems like normally it probably should have done something much worse, but you don't really have internal organs. So there's a function that just doesn't work on you.
Aha.
Well, he hit anyway. And then I'm checking something here. Yep, he can do this. And then he's gonna, his like beard tentacles are gonna lash out at you.
Here's again.
Yep, he got to do the glaive, and now he's doing the beard.
God's beard's cooler.
There's a 14 hit.
It does not.
All right. So his beard just kind of, his tentacle beard just reaches out and tries to slap you, and I mean you're amorphous, so you're just dipping and dodging around it. All right.
Computer for the deal with today.
Beards attack you often?
Apparently.
All right, and Zed's back, right?
Yep.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Zed. Things got interesting.
Yeah. So, Zed is gonna cast his mage hand. Basically attempting to cover the butler's mouth and plug its nose and just make it to where he can't, one, potentially breathe, or two, command any of these minions anymore.
So, something to keep in mind, the mage hand does have hit points, so it can be destroyed. It's a reminder.
Okay. So that will be kind of first action, and then hmm.
Actually, scratch that. I'm thinking of a different spell. Never mind.
But with that being said, Zed will then
Thinking of something else.
unsheath his rapier and go for a strike on the butler.
All right, you have advantage because he is flanked.
Oop, I didn't mean to double click that, sorry. I should also have, if it hits,
Oh, that definitely hits.
I should also have sneak attack. So let me roll damage. And then that
Let's
as
see.
well.
Hey.
Give me a second. Ooh, okay. So, as you go to stab potentially a killing blow, one of these three protective flying creatures swoops in and you impale it. And this bearded individual just kind of cackles a little bit. More fodder for the master. Essentially killing one of those three things. So basically it jumped in the way of your attack, which would have landed, and took the brunt of it, and you just chop it in half. Easy.
I think as far as actions and things like that, I don't think I can do too much more. So I guess I'll end my turn.
All right. And he already went, so Niavara.
Awesome.
You being in this, kerfuffle of a melee, you saw that these things are laying down their lives to keep this entity, this foul creature alive. And you'd imagine that if you were in Dale right now, those little flying things would be townsfolk jumping in the way.
And Niavar is appropriately pretty disgusted at him. Now, the true question is Niavar technically flanking him?
From that angle, no.
I don't think I have a way to flank him.
Not how everybody is currently set up.
Mm-hmm.
But you are also flanked, so there's also that.
In which case, she's going to cast upon him Sacred Flame.
He has advantage.
Well, I think that... Oh, that's Niavara?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I gotta click on him to do it. Click. Okay. There we go.
Trying to find out if he's vulnerable to radiance.
So you hit him with a Sacred Flame. Checking his Stigma Doohickeys. Okay. So you cast Sacred Flame. That's technically not an attack roll, so you definitely do damage to him. You see like the little flying thing try and jump in the way, but there's no like clear line of attack. It's not like it can't see a projectile coming towards it, so it's just jumping around and just can't. It just can't.
It lights him up from within. Niavara basically, from what I
So
read in the
close.
spell, right? The fire just sort of starts on him, which is why he has to
Yep.
saving throw. Lamau. Get owned. Can she tell if he's actually vulnerable to it or not?
I mean, he looked like he just took no damage as normal.
You're
He
not
didn't-
even a real fucking devil. Oh. Not hurt by radiance. Can you imagine this? Get a load of this chump. She's taunting him.
Yeah.
Fake
Alright.
devil.
I don't know. Give me a intimidation, I guess. I'll give him insight.
Taking the piss out of him, I think, is the appropriate terminology.
All right. He looks towards you with this fury and rage only befitting of an entity of the hells. His attention's now definitely focused on you. Congratulations, you're still flanked. Huzzah! But he can't do anything because it's not his turn. Was that all you were doing? Stand where you were?
You know what? She is in fact going to try it because I know. Does it reaction economy work the same way? Like you only have one reaction per round?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna try it. I think has the highest health pool of the party. She's gonna scooch over here.
I mean, do you have a bonus action still?
I haven't moved.
Well, just in terms of you were still once a rogue, so don't you have cunning action?
I don't think I actually got high enough to get cunning action.
Features.
I think it's level 1.
No, level 1 is expertise and sneak
second
attack.
level.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Ah.
don't have cunning action. I am just going to scooch. And I will take the AOO if he takes it.
Oh, he definitely will. That is a guarantee on that attack. Let's see. Yeah, he'd probably try it with the glaive. Yeah, that's a hit. So you scooch away, and he definitely takes a swipe at you with the glaive, and it connects. For
He's
7
zoned.
damage.
But I'm fine with that.
And make a Constitution saving throw. Okay.
Oh.
So at the start of each of your turns, due to some kind of infernal wound, you will take 5 points of damage starting on your next turn.
Persistent damage.
Yep. And you would have to do, let's see. Yeah. So you would have to attempt to staunch the wound or continue taking damage. Hey, one time a medicine check comes into play. Anyway.
Is it possible to give an inspiration to re-roll that saving throw?
You certainly could.
All right.
You
You guys
don't
gonna
have
use an
to.
inspiration?
You guys,
No, we.
Neovara
we
has hit points to spare. I think her con is the highest in the party.
Well, I still have to make another attack of op, so.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Do-do-do. So let's see. This one's just gonna go for a claw. It was already the last thing to hit you was a claw, so it's just gonna do a claw. And this one kind of swipes at you as you try to dip away. Oh, geez. Okay.
It's-
All right. Well, there you go. You still want that inspiration? Don't want that inspiration? Anywho.
-8. Yeah, I'm fine.
Alrighty. So that was just you dipping out. Raul.
How do I use my javelin as a javelin?
Yeet it.
I don't have, when I click the roll for it, it does the spell.
Let's take a look. See. Inventory.
Oh, is it just attack? There it goes. I have
Yeah.
to make it to where I have to click to where it doesn't consume.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna throw it at the little guy.
Which little guy? There's a lot of little guys.
Didn't hit it. This guy.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 8. I'm
I
gonna
roll a
do
percentile for you.
What's up?
You roll a percentile or something for you.
No, I'm doing. I mean, nobody's nearby. Roll me a d20. Don't roll below a 10. You rolled below a
Okay,
10.
it won't.
All right. So you throw the javelin, and it seems like it was just about to hit this creature, but it lifts its arm and deflects it, and your javelin disappears off into the forest somewhere.
In what direction?
In
Oh shit! I gotta go find it later.
somewhere off in there, it just kind of flicked off, and you kind of heard it hit a few branches. It's somewhere in there.
Right. And then I think that's all I can.
Alrighty. I mean, you can move.
Yeah, there's no AOO. You have total.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna move. I'll
Okie
stay.
dokie. Flicks.
All right. So can I intentionally aim for this guy here?
Sure.
All right. So I'm gonna strike at the imp.
That's a hit.
16.
You kill it.
Oh, nice.
They are
Mm,
effective. They are effectively minions. They have 1 hit point. They have 1 job.
Oh, if that's the case, I'm gonna. What a coward. And I'm gonna strike it. I'm gonna flurry of blows. Give me 2 more strikes onto the devil.
And they're at advantage. That's another crit.
That gravy.
Definitely where our
Well,
rolls have been.
let's calculate this first. So let's see how much damage you do. Yep, that's enough.
That was only one.
Yep.
It was supposed to be
Oh, I know.
2. Oh.
I was just saying, I was just calculating that because he had 3 hit points left.
Who did?
The guy you
devil?
just smacked in the face.
Oh, I thought there was one more imp that might jump in the way.
On a nat 20, nah.
Oh, word.
It's such a well-placed hit. I was just like, nah.
Hmm.
If it were anything less, then I'd have given him a chance to, as they've been doing, but nat 20.
True coward. And then I'll turn around and.
But there's still another imp, little impy guy, and there's still the 2 other, whatever these are.
All right, then I'm gonna donkey kick the guy behind me with my last flurry blow.
Yeah, that's a hit. So he killed 1 imp. Why is that imp not dead?
And I'm going to use my movement to run around to the other side of him.
Imps. Okay. Alrighty. So now, yeah, he's not gonna try and do an attack of op. It's just a little impy guy. Okay, so that moves us to Kozik.
All right,
You've
bolstered by
seen him fall over. The little
yeah.
flying creature didn't jump in the way in time.
I'm gonna step forward to the edge of the woods and shoot this guy down here.
Check his resistances
With
and stuff.
sorry, with Eldritch Blast.
Okay, no resistance.
It's kind of hoping you were going to Elder Splash the little imp, since it had 1 hit point, just launch at a door. But
Need to attack this guy.
That is definitely a hit. Your Eldritch Blast does indeed impact.
Nice, a blast of magenta and I don't know, forest green colored energy spews out towards him, and we'll do damage. Nice.
Give me 1 second to look something up here. Okay, just checking. So you hit it with that. Okay.
That's my turn.
Kind of seems like you're this positive energy from the Feywild just seems to really irritate this guy with that 9 whole damage.
Yes, it feels good.
So this creature kind of doesn't really know what to do. It's gonna mosey over here and kind of act as if it was it was doing with the bearded individual, is hovering around this thing. That's all it does. Then this thing, well, of the targets available, there's his head. So this creature just flies up to Zed and tries to eviscerate him as best it can. And it'll start with a bite. I'll just do this. Bite and claw. but it doesn't have advantage. Does a 14 hit?
My AC is 14.
So that would hit. I'm just gonna normal damage. So you take 5 points as it bites into you. Goes right for the leg. It nibbles your shins. Then the claw, and then it swipes its big, sharp, ugly claw things at you and doesn't manage. It's too busy biting onto your leg to get a good claw in. So it just kind of swipes. Wiggity swipe. And then this other version. I need to see if that version also. Has the same sense of knowledge of the run, everything experienced. Damage dealt. Okay. All right. So it's gonna go for a bite on this oozy person. Rar. But not advantage. 14, does that hit? No, it does
No.
not hit Flicks. So it tries to bite you and it just kind of gets a mouthful of pseudopod goo. And it doesn't like that much. But it can still claw. So it goes for a swipe at you. Oh, that's a hit. Didn't do the...
Oh, I'm gonna
Oh.
go down.
1 or 4. Oh, that was a max for that. That was weapon damage, so it's...
It doesn't matter. I'm down.
All
Even
right.
if he rolls ones.
So... checking the formula. So yeah, it swipes its claw attack, manages to indeed down you. 11.
Wild.
Yeah, that's the power of multi-attack. All right. So you guys see your newfound compatriot. Essentially, just this creature just slashes into him like, you know, someone who's really hungry reaching into some jello. And then he kind of just pools. He doesn't really fall over, keel over, just kind of pools into kind of what you saw him before. Zed. There's this thing behind you, attacking you. What do? You see your
Well,
compatriot
first
get
off,
down.
if I were to move, would I still could I still get an advantage positionally from Flicks?
Yeah, you could. I mean,
Okay.
you would get an attack of opportunity because this is a new round. So the reaction is available again for him. Unless you utilize your roguey things.
Yeah, so I think Zed's gonna, while he's being bitten, I guess, by this creature, is gonna be more focused on uh his new companion, trying to save them. And so I guess with cunning action, he will dash to here. And then he will attack
Oh, disengage, but yeah, I know what he means. So just keep in mind you won't. Oh wait, sorry. You wouldn't have advantage on it because he is down. He's unconscious, so he actually wouldn't be able to incur advantage for you. So you would be in the same position to attack the thing that's next to you. Because this creature, now that it's downed him, it's kind of looking for another target
Okay.
in case he wanted to, take back the cunning action, all that.
You read. Looking at sneak attack. Whether I get advantage on the initial attack, would I get sneak attack since it's, I'm assuming, facing away from me?
No, because technically it's already looking for another target. So when you step in, it's already effectively gonna be looking. So think of sneak attack as it's not really a directional thing as much as it is a mechanical thing for the most part. So like something can turn its head in a fraction of a second.
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't really get sneak attack off it unless you hid or did something else to actively distract it. But right now it's already looking, it's basically looking in your direction for a new target.
Okay, so a caveat of sneak attack though, it says you don't need advantage on the attack roll if the enemy, if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet.
Which at this point there isn't, because unconscious doesn't lend you that advantage. It doesn't lend you that.
Fair. That enemy isn't incapacitated,
He's
which
incapacitated.
he is, but that I don't have a disadvantage on the attack roll as well.
Correct. You
given
do
that
not
I
have
don't have a
disadvantage.
disadvantage, it seems like I should still be able to use sneak attack. Or is it applying? Do all 3 of those things have to apply?
So for sneak attack, the lovely, lovely wording on sneak attack.
Mm-hmm.
You
Because I
don't
think
need
that's what we figured out
advantage.
before is I could almost always use sneak attack based on the wording.
Oh, yep, you can. I mean, you could also sneak attack the one that you were standing next to as well.
Yeah, right. I guess it wouldn't matter.
Which that one was
But
wounded. Anywho, continue.
all right, then with that being said, I will negate the cunning action. Since that wasn't going to put me into a position of advantage. And yeah, I'll probably call out to the party. Ah, we go we go check on Flicks over there, all right? And then I will attack the annoying gnat that is biting my leg. And I will, pretty sure I still have my rapier out, so I will strike with my rapier.
That is definitely a rapier strike.
All right. So I will do normal damage. And then sneak attack.
Crap. Hold on. Wait, 1. Okay. Then 9. What? Hold on. Okay. Then we gotta do -9. Work,
I swear,
damn you.
if one of these imps jumps in front of my attack again.
Nope. I mean, the one over there on the left probably would have. Okay. So you get a pretty solid hit on him. Definitely mortally wound him. Checking something. Okay. All right. So that moves us to Niavara, who takes 5 points of damage at the start of your turn from the
Yep.
wound.
To get rid of that, do I have to like actively use my action to do it?
Yep, have to actively do a medicine check.
Awesome. And Niavar is in fact going to do the medicine check because owie bonesies. Oh
Let me
man.
check here. Yeah, any creature can take an action to staunch the wound with a successful medicine check. The wound closes if the target. Actually, give me a quick. Let's see. Let's make it neat. Let's see what your character would know about this. Give me a free medicine check, because I can't think of anything else that this knowledge would pertain to. Okay, you don't know.
It hurts.
Yeah, you probably get a feeling that you should probably bandage up or try and deal with this somehow.
Let's try and bandage it up.
All right. So what's it look like as you're trying to staunch this wound that's just bleeding uncontrollably?
So she's got like her hand over it and she's trying to use her fingers to sort of pinch it together. And as discreetly as possible, she's trying to sort of encourage her non-injured skin from her fingers to sort of help tie it back together. Trying to disperse the damage like across her hands instead of against her chest where it's hurting her, basically. Leaning into the shape-shifting part of the shapeshifter.
Yep. All right, you managed to. You may not know exactly, what it is that was doing that to you, but you know how to put a bandage on a wound. Because you probably never dealt with something like this before. John might have some insight, but he's not here. All right, so do you want to move anywhere?
Seeing if I have any actions that might let me. A bonus action! Haha! Evocation! It is not prepared. Fuck! I now regret that. I guess I'll do that in the future. That's fine. Yeah. I'm actually gonna stay where I am and try not to draw attention to myself by moving.
All right, Raul. You remember you threw your javelin into the tree line over there somewhere.
Yeah.
A 10 just whiffs past him. Unless you want to use inspiration.
I don't. I don't.
I don't wanna.
I don't think I should use it on that. I feel like we're gonna need it with Dale.
Never know. Do you want to move anywhere?
Then I'm gonna use my inspiration and it's gonna be worse. Yeah, I'll use it. Wasn't worse.
Well, that would most definitely hit. Your arrow flies true. And that puts him at -1.
Huzzah!
To
Ha
which
ha ha. Second form.
he goes, bleh, bleh.
His blood's acid and it burns off Zed's feet or something.
And once this creature ceases to exist, this creature goes away. Just in a poof of smoke, maybe a moment of hellfire and a plume of smoke, the creature that was summoned is no longer. However, there's still the situation of... Are you moving anywhere, by the way?
But I don't think I can make any other moves this turn. Right? Technically,
Nope.
so this.
Standard move. Unless you have a bonus action.
Well, we would be stabilized.
Even then, that would still be a standard action.
Yeah, then I can't do anything.
All right. Flicks. Give me death saving throw.
Aha.
Yeah, that's technically a pass. Not by much, but not by
Okay.
much is the difference between life and death.
Is combat not over?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
There is still one little flying creature. All right, Kozik. Bring it on
Yeah,
home.
okay.
There's one
Blast it.
creature that's just kind of flying around. He has no more allies. I mean, he's still an enemy. He's still aggressive. And he's still going to try and stab somebody.
Capture him in a jar.
I'll see if I can Eldritch Blast him here. I don't want to take any chances in a way.
Yeah, because you guys did also see that these tiny creatures were spawned from the butler. That's definitely a hit, and you definitely kill it because they only have 1 hit point.
Yep. How? Kamehameha the
Bleh. And the smoldering remains of these infernal creatures.
Can we
And
steal that guy's glaive?
Oh.
All right.
That's what I want to do. I'll take his glaive.
Sure. You most certainly can.
Heck yeah.
By all means.
Search the body of the this bearded devil, or is it kind of naked?
He's pretty naked. All he had was the glaive after he kind of and the loincloth. I mean, you want to check under the loincloth?
Where treasures might lie beneath, I'll let him go.
So you managed to stabilize Flicks. Somehow. You kind of stick your hands in this pool of green ooze. And
Wiggle him around.
it kind of looked like he was just slowly just pooling out, like dissipating into the soil. You just kind of scoop him up a little bit. He's stable.
Gotta pour some lard on me.
Yeah, rub him in the griffin grease.
That's why I kept some.
All right.
I gotta go find my javelin. But I also want to know what this glaive does.
Do you pick it up?
Yeah. It's gonna curse me?
I don't know. Is it? So you said yes, pick it up?
Yeah, I'll pick it up.
Okay. You pick it up. It's a glaive.
Oh, cool. I don't think any of us can use a glaive, can we?
Let's see,
So
a
is the glaive
glaive.
cool? Is it cool or what? Is it like demonic?
Let's see, heavy reach two-handed. It is martial.
Oh. I think I can do that. Martial proficiency.
Creatures that are small or tiny have disadvantage on attack rolls with heavy weapons. It has reach. Adds 5 feet to your reach when you attack with it, as well as determining attack of opportunity reach, and it's two-handed. So you have to have it in two hands. All right. Sorry, what was the question?
Is it a demonic glaive? Is it like cool? Does it have cool stuff on it, or is it just?
I mean, it kind of looks like it has interesting filigree on it and some weird runes carved into it. It kind of has a, I'd say more of a bronze looking shaft. But the blade itself, it almost looks like it's this, almost looks rusty, but you know it's not.
Anybody use this more than anybody else?
It's probably valuable.
What? Oh, yeah, probably. Could be.
I know that I wasn't around for most of the session, but Veldrin can wield martial weapons.
Do you have any cool weapons that you would want to replace this with?
Yeah.
All he's got in terms of weapons is a dagger, a longsword, and a whip.
Yeah. Belgium probably needs something fancy. I will hand it to Beltran and go on my day finding my javelin.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
it has special abilities or something. I don't know yet though.
I'm gonna see if I can just move it to your inventory from this. If I can, that'd be sweet. Alrighty. So Raul, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
That doesn't have disadvantage, but we'll try it again. I did better. You want to take the longer one?
So a 9. You cannot for the life of you find this javelin. It just, like, once it hit that tree line, it anybody's gain. And it's also gonna be really hard to find a stick in the middle of all these sticks.
I'm gonna yell for help because I really don't want to lose this.
I'll
How
try.
do you guys want help me find this?
Veldrin will give it a try.
Sweet. So you now have the glaive in your inventory. I was actually able to just drag it over, which is awesome.
Awesome. And should I roll with disadvantage for finding the javelin?
Yes.
Woo.
Definitely. I mean, you're not sure where it is.
It'll take the hour.
All right, what's everybody else doing as Raul and Veldrin are looking for a javelin?
How's Flix doing?
Stable. Unless
Huh.
somebody give him a heal. Yep, nope.
I'm out of heals.
Just stable.
Still got no heals.
Can anybody in the party like heal him, or should I give him a potion?
Veldrin can heal.
Okay, so we'll wait. We'll wait for Veldrin to get back.
Veldrin like is wandering around looking for the javelin, is like, it's all sticks. And then he comes back.
I think
Um,
I think Zed will go out and try and help find the javelin as well.
Again.
What is it? Perception with
Yep.
disadvantage.
Yep. Oh, this javelin may be forever lost. At this
We're
rate.
never gonna find it.
Yeah, you're looking through these trees and there's just down trees and branches everywhere. Like it's really hard to try. It's almost starting to feel like a needle in a haystack scenario.
Oh, can I try to help too then?
Was Flix healed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Healed 7.
Zed's also going to cast Mage Hand and have the Mage Hand try and, look
Pick up
around as
sticks.
well.
So perception with disadvantage, would that do something to help?
Yep, unless you're aiding somebody, then that would just make it a normal roll.
All right, I'll give it a try.
I will aid Kozu.
Well, I mean, you already tried.
Okay, so it has disadvantage, or is it a normal one?
It's disadvantage. Unless
Okay,
somebody
let's
who
do it.
hasn't already rolled. Also, remember, you guys have inspiration. Anyway,
Flix can try? Question mark.
sure.
That didn't.
You see them like going around trying to find a needle in a haystack.
None of us can find it.
Hey, roll! What the fuck did you do with that?
Like fucking okay, just went in here. Some you'd think a metal stick would stick out in a fucking wooden stick pile.
Isn't it like sparking with electricity and things like that? How
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
hard to
blue.
find?
It's blue.
Some things are meant to be lost.
All right, anybody else want to try?
Left.
Yeah, bars. I think y'all on that can roll.
Vara's left, but I think Neovara fell asleep.
No, I don't know if this javelin is being found. Then
I have been having quite the time. Neovara will add her bonuses to help search for the javelin.
Oh,
Let's go.
oh, there's hope.
So the important question is this going to be using a inspiration? Because it's at disadvantage, you just roll normally. So if you roll
What?
again, then whatever result is what it is. But if you say you use inspiration, then that nat 20 applies.
I just think Cube doesn't want me to have the javelin anymore.
It's not my inspiration to say I don't have an inspiration point. In other words, I'm just going to roll it.
Well, somebody can give it to you, so that's part of it.
yeah, if it's
Eh.
if it's worth it, I'll shoot that inspiration over the power of positive thought. And that 27 should stand. How about that?
Then you would indeed find the javelin.
Oh.
It's right there. It's
Right, let's
stuck in
do
the
it.
mud. Niavara does indeed find the javelin.
Just
What?
happen to walking and step on it.
Yep. So
Jesus
it is
Christ.
nowhere near where you thought it was gonna be.
Like, damn, boys, what the fuck were you doing? Stop playing around with the leaves.
Well, I appreciate the inspiration and the javelin finding. What a-
It's so cool. It can't be lost.
Oh, when we get to this town, I'm attaching a tether to it so I can pull it back to me.
Yeah, probably. Because the DC on that after that roll was 17, just so you know. Now that you've
Oh,
accomplished.
you just didn't want me to have it anymore. You hate me.
Just don't roll in that one
alright,
next
so
time. I was actually thinking of having it get broken, but I was like, I'll just have it get knocked away and into someplace hard.
was fairly sure you were going to break it.
I mean, if you want me to, I'll gladly do it. Anyway,
She'll return back to the corpse and kick it.
we've killed the butler now.
you murdered a butler. Congratulations.
Did anyone already look through the body?
I think people just grabbed a glaive and called it that. And just
Niavara
kind
is
of
actually
perused
to-
because he had a loincloth.
She wants to.
He wants to peek under the loincloth.
No, she wants to double check and make sure that no one missed anything. She's
Um,
going to investigate the corpse.
I feel like it makes sense that we carry the body back and feed it to the townsfolk.
That's very bad for their health.
But, makes sense to me. Just desserts, if you would.
Just desserts is me using my rapier and putting his head on a pike.
You do have a glaive.
I do have. Well, I don't have a glaive.
You have a brother with a glaive.
Yeah. And her eyes flash like red at up at Veldrin, like I want his head on a pike.
Do I have to roll anything to take his head?
No. That's
Okay.
pretty easy. With a 19.
Veldrin cuts his head off.
Yep. It's an easy slice. He's incapacitated and dead. Very much so.
So we should still probably go back to town and check on things.
We will. She's specifically, if it helps any, she's looking for things like signs that he might have been summoned, like weird tattoos, keys on him, like somewhere.
He has tattoos. Now that you're kind of not in the heat of battle, you've chopped his head off. You've thoroughly searched him. There's still some tattered bits of his previous clothing. And he's just covered in tattoos. Whatever they mean, you don't really know. But it's kind of like tattoos would look kind of like flames and hellfire and brimstone, and these little winged creatures are tattooed on him.
Niavara smiles after a second. Recognizing at least like there's some religious symbolism going on here. In his tattoos.
And
Um,
also a removed head. So that's probably the most important tattoo.
Well, yes, of course. She finds one of the like impy looking creatures on him, and with her dagger draws into him the sigil of the Fury in the center of it.
Excellent. Desecration.
Vengeance for the monsters amongst them. Before she stands, wipes off her knife, and slips it back into its sheath. Like, I didn't find anything else.
Sure. Okay. Yep. Kyber.
Sounds like our buddy Dale might have been a warlock or something, though. But Kozik, you're the expert here.
He certainly might have to answer for disgracing warlock kind, if that's the case.
Feels on brand.
Yeah.
Well, should we go back there?
your mistress just makes you feel bad constantly.
Yep. I'm a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, it seems to be a theme with the warlocks. Gluttony, in one way, shape, or form.
Ha ha
It
ha,
must be a
funny
warlock
son.
thing. Anywho, so it sounds like you guys are gonna be trying to head back to town.
Yes.
All right. So the question is, Flix, do you head back with them? Do you take time to break off and tend to the bits of you that haven't reconstituted?
Oh shit, if we haven't, did we helps him up?
Yeah, you gotta heal. Beldrin did cure, or I don't think you rolled.
I
It's
rolled
7.
7. Is that okay? Perfect.
I definitely think that getting the end of my night, so I'll probably hang back and gather up all my goo.
Yeah, I was thinking, should we maybe just make a camp? Get a rest in? Because I'm
I
also out
support
of
that.
spells as well.
Yeah, I'm out of some spells and like multiple feats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this
Uh,
cozy little town.
we can at least get closer. I don't necessarily want to stick around and see if he reconstitutes while we're sleeping.
Or, well, the other thing, since it was still sort of fresh in your mind, there are other predators out here.
Yeah. So, I do think, bearing in mind that we just fought a dinosaur here not too long ago, we head back to town so that we can sleep uninterrupted.
Yeah, that's fine.
And a cozy shop?
With someone who might be somewhat grateful to have a certain bitch out of their hair.
Well, there's still the matter of Dale to deal with. But Dale, so I guess the question is, so what's the party doing? So I can have things all set up and ready.
I guess we're going to go hang out with the go hang out at the shop if that's the safe place to be.
With or without the body?
I think we grabbed the head for sure. I'm not sure if we're bringing the whole body back.
Heads on a pike. Nevar's desecrated the body. Are we bringing any? Do we want to bring anything of him?
I think I as far as Zed, he doesn't doesn't need anything.
Just curious what you're bringing back to town with you. I know Raul has quite loaded down with meat.
Raul's not going into town.
All right. Where is Raul going then?
Just find a tree or something near town and go up it.
All right. That'll work. So everybody else sounds like you're going to the town.
Is Flix like healthy enough to be able to walk?
Yeah, he got 7 hit
'Cause
points.
I
Basically, as
thought-
long as you're above 0. So once you hit 1, you're able to move and do everything normally.
I was just thinking it'd be kind of funny if he hopped on Zed's back, and then Zed could kind of feel like Cha with his special armor.
So he would be very heavy.
Oh,
Think of it as so Flix is essentially several buckets of water. He's water. So imagine trying to carry a humanoid-sized bucket of water. It gets real heavy. I mean, you could do it if you had the carry capacity, but I'm just saying it'll be a pretty hefty endeavor for somebody, especially for somebody with a strength of 9.
hey, you don't be belittling my strength. But yeah, I think all in all, probably I'll go back to knock on the back door of the shop, if you will.
You knock, and where there was wood and planks, a toothy, just a big old gaping maw appears. As per usual for this shop. Yes.
Hey, you mind if we potentially take a rest here? We might have some good news for you.
We have good news.
As long as you don't get me in trouble.
We bring nothing of our news here.
What does that mean?
Nothing of our news is with us, except the word, which we have not said yet. Therefore, you know nothing.
Oh, okay. Odd, but all right.
How can you be in trouble for the news if you do not know it?
He shrugs.
Exactly.
And so funny thing about this building, it is very amorphous. So where there was not a wall, there is now a compartment. And it basically a room opened up. Do you have any more of that delicious meat?
I tell you what. If you allow us to sleep here tonight, we'll bring you plenty.
Deal. And where the it was almost like it was suggesting it without suggesting. You get the feeling he was alluding to that. And at that point, the room that was, there was a wall that was just slowly appearing as he was talking, and then once he said deal, just the room itself just completely manifests, and you see a few of the like little, I'd say maybe a little mimic fork and some mimic spoons just meander out and jump onto the countertop and shift themselves. They melt themselves down a little bit and reform into what looked like maybe a quill and some parchment, and they just kind of sit there like normal objects again. Of which, Flix, you've seen this. They would have spilled the beans to you because of your composition. Just about everything in that town is a mimic. Chairs are mimics, tables are mimics. In the shop, shovels are mimics. Like ink and quills are mimics. Some of the even maybe a couple of buildings themselves are mimics.
So Flix is familiar with this, so it's sort of if the offer is sit down to eat, he will take a seat.
Yup.
Unfazed.
So with that, you guys will be allowed a long rest, and you won't be eaten by a mimic. You made a deal.
Yay.
And I guess the real question is, where does Flix go after this one? Because Flix probably won't be there when everybody wakes up. If anything, you probably be the first one. I'll just say you'll be the first one awake. Do you ride off into the sunset, or do you just kind of disappear and then question mark, question mark, question mark?
Flix finds another hole. Started in a hole, he'll end in a hole. Well, it will end in a hole.
Somewhere.
You never know where we'll find him. Could
Yep.
be any hole, anywhere.
Just like a particular feathered turtle. Or a sassy cat that catches birds. But anywho, we'll wrap up the session there. That's a good stopping point.
Right on. Yeah, that was cool.
You guys got to fight some bad guys. The guest star almost died, so perfect. Almost is not death. Mission accomplished.
Flix was instrumental.
Flix was there.
I was here.
He was present. Mindful. Happy to help.
Cool character.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
So thanks to our guest star for filling in.
Absolutely.
Right on.
That was a awesome character. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Y'all have a good night then.
Awesome.
Good night.
Happy to
Take
have
care,
you.
man.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
And I'm going to wrap up the stream here. It was a little longer, but we haven't had one in a while. And there's a lot going on.
Too bad there's no Star Wars show.
Ugh. No Star Wars show, no abs. Yeah, no jaw. Damn.
And also something that was pointed out before that I'm not sure if a lot of you realized. You guys' first officially completed quest was in a town of mimics.
True.
You successfully delivered the food.
Right now, there's like 8 or 9 other potential quests to
Yeah.
do
Right.
in no particular order.
I feel like Cha would have loved Flix too.
Yeah,
I could
yeah.
only imagine Cha's reaction to flicks.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so basically when you got back to the shop, Cha was already there, probably sleeping. Maybe, actually, I'd probably say Cha was in the shop already when you guys got there, but he was busy working on a attack plan. There we go. Plotting, preparing. Alrighty. Well, that was certainly entertaining, yes.
Well, all right then.
Awesome. Everyone have a good night.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. You too.
Alright, you too.
Night.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, well, that was The Fallen, episode 20. Thank you guys for watching and hanging out. I appreciate y'all's show.
I had a lot of fun, but I am very sleepy, so I gotta go do that.
And he's very sleepy.
I'll see you
All right.
guys later.
Bye. And thanks to our guest for filling in for Cha not being in tonight. That was a lot of fun. Hell yeah, brother. And yeah, we'll catch you on the flip side. I gotta get this video downloaded and then uploaded. And I plan to have the episode 19 uploaded by tomorrow. Well, technically today because it's midnight. So keep an eye out for that. But for those of you on the Ubes tubes, I am Cubed222. I stream on Twitch practically every day, save for Fridays, which I take that day to do technical things, get caught up on other things, do stream stuff if I have to, to some extent, if I have time to upload videos. And I am also usually off Sundays. But otherwise, I'm usually around from about 6 Pacific, give or take, till probably around 2 and more, anywhere between 12 and 2 in the morning, depends on when I get tired. But anywho, I appreciate y'all watching, either through Twitch or YouTube. Will it be back at it again next Tuesday from, I'm just gonna be realistic and say 7:30 Pacific. It's I advertise 7, but realistically it takes people time to get in and get started and technical issues and et cetera, et cetera. So between 7 and 7:30, that's when we start. Yeah, appreciate y'all being here. Gonna wrap it up here, and we will catch you on the flip side. And remember, there's always an adventure around every corner. It's just a matter of if you find it worth your time. Anywho, have yourselves a good one. Have a good morning, evening, or whatever it is in between for you. And be good to each other. That's important. It's a good thing to end on. So, alright. Have yourselves a good one. I gotta get this saved and uploaded. So, peace.